Hello, ladies. Hi, good morning. How is everyone? Let me go to gallery view. I love to see everyone's faces. Welcome to the VIP session of the Highest Cash Month Challenge. Shamina will be here in just a few minutes. She's setting up her camera because we have a lot in store for you guys today. So let me know, drop in the chat. I love to chat with you guys. Where you're from, where you're tuning in from. Wyoming. Let's see. Where else? Iceland? Wow, Tampa Bay. Is it finally warmer in Florida? We were just there and it was so cold. I had my coat on. Southern California, so cold, still cold. BC, British Columbia, Canada. I've always wanted to go to BC. I'm in Buffalo, so it's far from BC, but Canada is like in my backyard, so I go there often. Go Bills, yeah. Sad day for the Bills on Sunday. I'm Lithuanian, but I live in Portugal, plus 20 now. My gosh, Portugal seems like a dream. The beaches there are like beautiful. I've seen California, Southern California, amazing. Okay, who is tuning in for their first time, seeing Shamina for their very first time? Amy? Oh my gosh, wait, I love when there's new people on. Ace Asti, how do I pronounce your name? Asti? Jennifer. Yes, AC. Okay, perfect. So just a few of you. Where did you find her? Was it a Facebook ad? Was it Instagram, YouTube? For me, it's the first time. I just finished her book. What did you think of her book, Annalisa? YouTube? Yeah. We love all the faces from YouTube on a wellness podcast. I love that. YouTube. Wow, lots of YouTube people. Okay, she's speaking at our event in a few weeks. Oh, Donna, I'll be there. So I'm excited I can meet you there. Yes. Oh my God, amazing. I cannot wait for that. Okay, so since you guys are VIP and you sign up for this challenge to have your highest cash month, I need to know right now, just so we know as a team how we can serve you best in these next 3 days. What is the thing holding you back from receiving your highest cash month in your business? What is something in your business that you are struggling with right now? It's okay to be honest. Limiting belief systems, I guess that's a huge one. People pleasing and perfectionism. Okay. Yeah, perfectionism is a huge one because Shamina always says, if you don't know, Shamina always says, messy makes me millions. Katie, you were on our book call, so I know I remember that conversation. I hope you got those red heels ready to go because I do remember that. I'm still waiting for that photo. Um, Agree, the limiting beliefs, working on it, not sure, still trying to figure it out. Okay, so fear of success. Fear of success is actually a huge one, and I really didn't understand what that meant until like a couple of weeks ago. Worthiness of value. Anyone else? Does anyone have anything tangible in their business that they're struggling with? Maybe it's operations, maybe it's hiring a team, maybe it's your offer, your pricing. Fear of success, limiting beliefs, also just starting out. Oh, so we need to have some, maybe framework would be helpful as well. Targeting the right people. Anyone having trouble with like marketing or speaking to their target audience? Katie said me, she needs to have more help speaking to her target audience. Anyone else? Business tangibles? Or do you guys all have a business that's pretty automated right now? And you just feel like you need to get to the next level just based off your mindset? Let us know because we're here to help you and make sure you get the most value out of this next 3 days. Merging my two worlds from real estate coaching on a broader spectrum. Okay, Amy, yes, we can definitely help you with that within these couple days. Today, Shamina's going to hop on. She's going to do a short training with you guys and do Q&A, which is amazing because you get to be in a close proximity with her and in a small, intimate group, which is so powerful. AC said, I'm just starting my business, so not sure where I'm stuck. Yeah, so you need some guidance. some hand holding, some here's the path from follow. Okay, so you guys are in the right place for these next 3 days. So I love to see the cameras on because it's super important you guys are present during this time to get the most out of it. There's going to be so much value, and we're a little bit woo-woo over here. So the frequency of this container, don't be surprised if cash comes in. I can't promise you there's no income claims around here, but don't be surprised if cash randomly flows into your life these next few days. But I would love to hear, before Shamina hops on, how much money are you guys making in your business right now? And how much money do you want to make monthly by the end of 2025? Because if you don't have a goal, or if you don't have a place for money to go, it can't come in. Shamina has always said that. Let's see. Don't be shy. It's okay. Amy says 12K monthly to 42K. Okay, Amy, you can do it. I already know everyone in this container is going to have their highest cash month. And don't be surprised if you exceed that number. So don't be surprised if you shoot for a higher number that maybe scares you and you're like, I don't know if I'm able to do that just yet. Because even if you fall a little bit short of that number, it might be even higher than the original number you were thinking. Shamina has a story just like that one. I'm sure she'll probably share it. 10K a month, want to get to 100K by the end of the year. Okay. There's quantum leaps that happen in this group and in Shamina's world. So I'm very excited. 20K monthly goal, 100K, 20,000 a month or more is my actual goal right now. Right now I'm making very little, just restarted my business. Okay, Annalisa, we're gonna help you. Okay, we're gonna help you do that. 100K to 1 million a month. Okay, Marina, let's go. Oh my gosh. AC says, I'm not making any because I'm just starting, but I'll make 30K euros monthly. Okay, AC, we're going to give you the path to be able to do that. Dandra, good morning. Currently making 1K my business and want 30K to 60K by the end of 25. Okay, we can do that. Quantum leaps happen in this group, right? Okay, my highest cash month ever was 63K. I would love that to be the new norm. Amy, you're claiming it right now. You guys are all capable of doing this in this group, and we're going to show you exactly how to do it during these next few days. So I know Shamina is going to talk so much about this. We've been so excited about launching this challenge specifically because that's what Shamina is known for, is her clients come in and they have their highest cash months. And she always talks about, I don't want to dive into what she has in store for you today, but I would love to know if you had if money wasn't a factor, how would your life be every day? How would it be? What would your dream day be? Your dream morning, or how would it look? How would your life look while running a business? What would that look like for you? I do see Shamina hopping on, so but feel free to think about that while she's coming on. Feel free to claim it in the group and talk to us. Here she is. She's wearing pink. I love when she wears pink.
I actually thought about it this morning. Good morning, everybody. Hello, and welcome to your Highest Cash Month Challenge. Who's new to me? I would love to know who's new. Who's new? Drop it down in the comments. Who's new? We decided to do the VIP, and to be honest, we actually incorrectly marked this. It was supposed to be $297. So for those of you that have jumped on for $97, because we realized in the beginning it was 97, and once that already went out and someone had bought it, it was my fault. And so for those of you that are on here, smart move. So you're also going to get the recordings by being here, and you're going to be able to ask questions. You're also going to be able to those of you that aren't on camera, please come on too. I'd love to see your faces. You're also gonna be able to ask questions, but you're also gonna get me to look a little bit inside of your business so that I can see what's going on. And hey, Marina. Hi, Lynn. I know some familiar faces here. Um, and the thing about this is that we did this 2 weeks ago. You're gonna see how I ran this challenge and the amount of money that will come from it, the amount of impact. I've been running master classes for 5 years now. And this is our lead generation organically is how we bring people in. We've had launches that have gone into multiple six figures. And I want you to see the process, because if you have a business and you want to start doing what we're doing, I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. In highest cash month challenges, one thing I found with my clients, and I'm not going to teach here, I'm going to get to know you, but what I found with my clients is that everybody was having their highest cash month within starting to work with me within about a month, 8 weeks they're like, oh, this is the most amount of money I've ever made. This is the most amount of money I've ever made. And I realize for many of you, you've put limits on yourself on like how you want to do things. And so I want to see where your limits are, but I also want to see the structure of your business, because many of the times your offer isn't actually producing the amount of money that you want. You maybe, your money mindset has you just aiming for low ticket as opposed to going for a higher ticket. I'm known for teaching and selling high ticket. Almost everybody that comes to work with me leaves with a high ticket offer. And because if you can sell something at 20K or 10K, how many of those do you have to sell? But if you're selling it at 500, you got to sell a lot more. And unless you've got volume or the way that you're running your business, you could do both. I'll tell you some of the predictions for 2025 is that low ticket is going to do very well, and high ticket, but low ticket's going to do very well. So you want to have a variation of what's going on in your business. The things that have been happening in my business have been so amazing as far as like the opportunities. Uh, you know, people have been reaching out to my team to have me come down and be on their podcast. Like this has been going on for a long time. Just the opportunities are amazing. So when you become the standout person in a way that your authority and your power is like, you cannot not look at me because I'm right here, like you're not going to miss me. That's what's going to happen. And part of what I teach and stuff, and you guys, if some of you are in my world already, is that when you're fully present and you're actually here and you're in these next 3 days, you're not going to just have a shift in what you're going to do in your business. There's going to be an energetic shift in what you're doing internally as well. So I would ask that you be present, show up. I mean, my mastermind, for people to even get to ask me a question, is $50,000. So you got a really good deal coming in here at this rate to ask me a question in the end. So enjoy it. Also, I will be making an offer, and only those of you that are on the VIP, the official offer will be tomorrow on how you can work with me. So anyway, would love to get to know more of who you guys are. And one thing that I have learned since I've been doing this, and this is just a free tip, being present, and like when you, instead of multitasking, but being present and setting yourself up to look like a business, showing up like you're in the business, like, having a place that you're running your business. All of these matter and how you're creating your business. Like I can look into somebody's business right now and I'm like, what are your daily habits? What are you doing? Like, how are you running your business? And I'm telling you, I am not somebody who wakes up at 3 o'clock in the morning and goes to the gym and shit like that. Like I don't do that stuff. I get my things done. And from the outside, people are probably like, this is so chaotic and messy. But for me, I live in very intentionally on how I run my business, but I get everything done. And I still get my 8 hours of sleep at night most days. It's because, if you don't sleep at night, you get chubby when you get older. So apparently your hormones don't like that. So so you got to get that sleep and walk. So one of the things that I also noticed is that when I was trying to whip through things and I wasn't being present, it was a trauma response, because it was like I was multitasking and not letting my nervous system sit and listen. And sometimes I'll say things and you'll see and you'll be like, like, what did she just say to me? Like this made me go, but know that the uncomfortability or whatever's happening, it's meant to happen. So show up for the 3 days. Today's going to be a little bit of a longer day. get what you need, and I want to help you succeed in having your highest cash months. So if somebody would like to go first and just say hi and what's your business, I'd like to know what your business is, what you're currently making right now, and what you'd like to make. I know there's an array of different people that make different things here. You're here on this call because you want to learn how to make more money. And look, if you're making $100,000 a month, great. If you're making, $5,000 a month or whatever, that's great too. We ought to start somewhere. So no shame in anybody's game. Just know that you're on this call and I applaud you. That means that you're trying to do more. I'm telling you, I've had 6-figure cash days. And when I started, I wasn't doing that, but I quickly escalated my income because of what I'm going to teach you guys right now. Like I didn't go from like, 10K a month and then did that for a year and then went next year 20K a month. I went from like 10K to like 50K to like 135,000 cash in a month. And this was like 5 years ago. And so you don't need to incrementally do things. A linear success is what most people have in their mind. And I'm going to show you today that that's not true. Like you can have a very successful day. You also, if you're creating a personal brand, like these things are really important. Some of the stuff you guys already might know, but you're going to hear what I do. So, and how I apply it through my lens and my consciousness and how I look at it through the eyes and lens of expanded money. And so you're going to see how I see the world through the teachings. So even though you might understand some of the things I'm already saying, just park it, like be like, I already know this, I already know this. Keep an open mind because there might be something where you've put a limit on yourself and what you think you can make and have. And I'm going to show you that there's actually more. So whoever wants to go first and introduce themselves or ask a question, this is your time to like literally, this is where you get to pick my brain. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mark.
Um,
Sorry, Lynn. Yeah, go ahead, Lynn.
oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, so my name is Lynn and I've owned a couple businesses in the past and have one currently. But mostly I'm here because I am in the beginning of launching a new business, which is a tea company. And also I'm working on designing a new kind of teaware that I'm very excited about. And so I'm at the place where I am interested in building this differently. I hired 52 Launch to help me with the engineering and sourcing and manufacturing of the teaware. And then I kind of have some of my own relationships for sourcing the actual product. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Last time we talked, you went ahead and you closed a deal on the tea company then, I guess, right?
Yeah. It's called Black Tree Tea.
Congratulations. That's
Thanks.
amazing. I know
Yeah.
Lynn a ton of businesses, so that's amazing. Congratulations.
Thank
So,
you.
because I remember you were in the beginning of negotiating that deal, so I think that's amazing that you closed on that. So you are looking to design it a different way. Are you looking to make a movement with the tea company where it's more like how Starbucks has made, drinking their $8 coffee fancy? Run me again, Lynn. Where are you from? Where do you live?
I live in Washington State.
I knew you were out west. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so you're making tea cool again, basically, right? Like where it's like to drink tea instead of coffee. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, absolutely. The concept for the teaware is essentially like a really high-end travel matcha setup. I have my bowl here. I drink matcha all the time and
Stop
I
it.
travel. Oh, totally, right? No, for years, for like 10, 20 years. It's been my jam. So
I'm
the
telling you,
frustrating
that's the rich woman drink. I would drink my matcha every morning too.
It's beautiful. Yeah. Um, so I've traveled with a traditional setup for a long time, and it's really tricky to travel with. You got like the whisk and the bowl, and it's often hard to find a good matcha at a cafe or something. So this will essentially solve that, and make some really beautiful matcha on
Are
the
you
go.
white labeling the matcha from Japan?
Yeah.
Okay, so you found a manufacturer. We actually contacted a manufacturer out there to white label too. So I know
Oh,
because I was
wow.
going to bring it and put it as part because matcha tea, my matcha story, and drinking matcha. Obviously, you know about all that. I thought about
Yeah.
doing it. You went ahead and executed it. So bravo to you. That's amazing. So you found a mix that's proprietary to you. Like you made the mix yourself, or is it something that you just got over there and they brought to you?
Good question. Right now I have 3 or 4 samples that I'm looking at. One that is single origin, really good for lattes because it's got a little bit more bite, and they're really high end. That'll just be our proprietary. That is delicious with no milk, no nothing else. And then I'm working on a couple low caffeine options that will be proprietary blends. So one green and one hojicha, roasty powder.
So it's like a one-stop shop with the brand, like with the actual product that you're bringing in, right? Are you doing swag with it too, or is it just this with the kit?
Yeah, so the idea is to have the travel thermos. Essentially, it's a thermos with a like a stainless steel frothing unit. I don't know, I could explain it more, but a really nice thermos. And that's one product. And then there are 3 different sort of tea realms. One is single serving matcha that go really well with the shakers because everything's measured, doesn't clump,
Yeah.
etc. And then, kind of a more traditional matcha in tins and larger stand-up pouches that are commonly sold. And then a very select loose leaf tea subscription that is kind of me going through and finding the best loose leaf for the season, maybe 4 or 5 different ones and then that'll sort of be curated on a.
You opening up a shop too?
I really would like to. I have a shop in my little hometown, kind of a space in mind, but it's not on my near-term horizon right now.
Yeah,
Could be.
there's a lot of investment to go into that. Yeah, so you can market this online in so many different ways. I mean, making it, so many groups, there's so many tea groups, there's so many ways. It's just making it stand out, like that it's the it thing. Like I want to buy one right now. I mean, I was just in West Palm Beach and in Miami, and like Starbucks changed their matcha. And so now I can't enjoy my matcha anymore because it's mud there now. So I was like, literally, Shannon's like, because Shannon gets all my matcha because I take Shannon with me every time I travel. She's like, what are we getting you now? I don't know what the new order is, and she literally could have prepared that for me while we were there. So that's great. Nice to meet you. It's nice to, I already know you. Nice to get to know your idea. I want to make sure I get to everybody during this hour, but
Yeah.
I do have some ideas, but thank you so much. Okay, who's
Cool.
next? Anybody else want to share? Miranda. Oh, Miranda. Miranda was up next. Okay, sorry, I read that fast. Hey, Miranda, how are you?
Good. How about you?
Good.
Okay, so I am essentially kind of a healer. I'm a eutaptics practitioner is what I've been trained in. So I have about 75 different tools that I can work with the mind to help them heal trauma, PTSD, ADD, and anything that's going on in the mind. I work with memories and revise them and programs and beliefs.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I should be asking you guys, like, what's your goal? Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to have, I know now speaking to Lynn, hers is going to be like her distribution and getting herself out there and known in the world and having the product be like the go-to product. What is your aim for your business right now that you want and what you wanted to achieve more of? I mean, everybody wants to make more money. Yes. I mean, like, that's like silly question, but it's like making more money and how do you want to do it? Like, I like to make more money in less hours. So what I'm going to teach you is how to do that. Like today is like in 3 days, it's how to make more money in less hours. But I'm also going to show you how to really build a brand that is a standout authority where you are being asked to be in rooms, people are coming to you, you're magnetically attracting your clients to you in a way that you never have before. So when you think about, I just looked at the time and I want to make sure I spent a little time on Lynn. I want to make sure I get to everybody about your questions. But when you think about what it is that's the bottlenecking your business right now, let me help you with that. So where do you think right now your biggest issue is? And Miranda, I'm going to get back to you in a minute because I want to make sure like I get to everybody on this, but where do you think your biggest issue is in your bottleneck right now in your business? I'd love you to drop it in the chat. And then I want to be able to I'll be able to, because maybe other people might be sharing on it. I want to be able to help you guys move through that. Or at least get you guys highest cash months. This is what I want to teach you. So like, if you are making, let's say you made, I'm going to say a big number, $100,000 in 1 month, and then the next month comes and you're like, how am I going to do that again? If you don't have reoccurring income happening every month, then the chances of you doing that again are going to be low. It's going to be a one-hit wonder. But the greatest thing is that you know that you can do it. And so it's just a matter of recreating what the offers are. I'll show you what our offers are. Like we're going gangbusters to make $1 million a month this year. So we've got several offers that are out there that are running. You might see our ads running right now. Like we have so many different funnels that are out there, and you can see like I got my award, but I'm going to be getting more. But it's like we have so many different ways of passive income coming in, which I never did before. So even if you don't have a funnel the way that I am doing now, just want you to know that I've made $1 million in 10 months with one team member, and not running ads. And I'm going to show you that process right now. But just so you know what we're doing for $1 million a month, I had to change that. So just you might be like, well, Shamina, you did it organically. I see your ads. Okay, no, but before. But in order to scale, which I'm going to teach you about during these 3 days, in order to go from where you are now to scale to have more, you can't keep, exchanging time for money. There's got to be a different way of how you're running your business. And we'll break that down. So where do you think your issues are right now in your business? People pleasing, perfectionism. Okay.
The
Kate,
biggest,
who's talking right
Miranda.
now? Oh,
It's
wait,
Miranda.
Miranda. Yeah,
Keep
wait
going.
1 second. No, I want you to just drop it in the chat, Miranda. Just drop that in the chat. Sorry, I realized the time and I want to make sure I get to everybody. Scarcity, trauma, self-sabotage, neurodivergent, people pleasing. I loved. Okay, so you think these are the issues of why your businesses aren't running well? Like, what do you think is the issue of you not, which you're going to see today from day one that, I'll be teaching you more of that. So fear of success. Thank you for your honesty, everybody. What else do you think the issue is? If you want to make, let's say, $100,000 a month, $50,000 a month, or maybe your first $20,000 a month, or maybe your first $10,000 a month. I'm saying high numbers because in my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm on the $1 million one. So forgive me for that. But fear of failure. Okay, my newest episode of my podcast is going to help. You should go listen to that if you don't already. Limited beliefs. I'm not that kind of person who can be rich. Okay, day 3, we're really going to talk about the money. What about your businesses right now? Like, where in your business do you think that how to have a team and still operate quantum? I love that one, Lynn. Okay. Because we're going to learn about teams too. Because if you don't have a team, your chances of leveraging your time and really quantum leaping and scaling are low. And I know why women don't have teams. I know why they can't hire the right people. And that's something that I do teach about, having a strong support team. Whenever I go to wear anything, Shannon's on my team. She works for me. I fly her everywhere. She comes with me, even if it's just for her to go get my tea or to do whatever. Is it cheap? No. And I fly her first class every time I can get. Sometimes it's not always, but and I bring her with me everywhere. But it's to have those other that support everywhere I go, especially when we're going to a studio. She's going to go check out the studio. She's going to negotiate with the studio. She plans everything. All I have to do is show up and shine. The makeup artist comes. These are things where, like, this is just not even talking about in the business. This is just traveling when I take her with me. But in the business, if you don't have that support, the chances of you scaling to where you need to go aren't going to be there because you cannot do everything yourself. So I'm going to show you how getting a team is really important too. $1 million a month bottleneck, systems being rebuilt and rebranded right now. Awesome. Yeah. If you don't have a proper system in your business, then the chances of it, like the system is the key. And I also have found while how we were preparing our $1 million months, we are redoing our master classes that we're doing right now. And the way that we're running them, they've been so lucrative for me. And I feel like we have figured something out on our 3-day master classes. I used to do 5-day challenges, and that's not to say I wouldn't do it again. But the way that we bring people in and our funnels are great. But my Ascension offers, you're going to learn about offers today, has been a game changer for me and how I run my offers and having the people come in on the lower end and how they've increased and how they go. And I used to say my lowest ticket offer was, $10,000 when I was doing group programs. And a few of you are in the $10,000 offer. This is something that you are going to start seeing how you can get your mindset around creating that. Because I didn't start out that way. I'll tell you that. Afraid of failure and lack of knowing how to navigate the systems. Miranda, the biggest issue I have is the person that trained me to do what I do. We can make pretty quick changes, but at the same time, many and thousands of people have a lot of change. Set up where to go to. Okay. So being limited beliefs, we're going to talk about all of that today. Is there because the way that I have found that quantum leaping happens is you've got to change who you're being, the identity of who you are. And the version of you that's sitting here right now, she believes, thinks, and sees things in one way. And then the version of you that's going to be quantum leaping into that next level you, she is going to have to think and feel in a different way, because you're going to see that as your consciousness shifts. Have all of you read my book? If you haven't, you should go get the book. And if you haven't left me a review, I'm just kidding, go leave me a review. But you're going to see that it's your power. Real quick, if you haven't listened to my podcast episode from a couple of days ago, like last week, about the mother wound, one of the biggest things that I have found for women who are trying to achieve a level of success and they keep butting up against the ceiling, is that they feared that they're going to outgrow their mother. They're going to become somebody who's going to be rejected by their family. And when you dig into your mother wound, I have a program called the Evolved Alpha Female, and it goes into this deeply. But when you are not allowing yourself to really fully flourish out there, you're playing small because you're afraid that if you don't, succeed at a certain level, if you get to a certain level of success, what's going to happen is that you're going to be rejected by your pack. And a lot of women play small because they're afraid of outshining someone. They could have a husband at home that thinks he should be the breadwinner, and then she's always having to like tilt her hat down and play smaller because, this person who's supposed to be the breadwinner isn't the provider right now. And she's really trying to be in her feminine and have her man be in the masculine. But there's this constant tug of war there as well. There's so many different things that happen. But what I have found is that the fear of being the greatest and biggest of yourself is the number one fear of most women, is being their most powerful self. It's a repeated thing over and over again. And so you have to have a way of being able to put yourself in a place to trust your decision making, but also put yourself out there and to be super powerful. I remember I went to an event that was in Miami, and this guy, Dan Fleischman, he was in this, and David Meltzer they were doing like a dinner, and I was there, and they asked me to step on stage to speak. Dan came and asked me. Stormy was there, a gal named Stormy. Lee was there, another gal who's sold her company for 270 million. Gosh, I'm having a blank at her name. And it's Chick Adley, who gets 1 billion views. So there's like 5 or 6 of us on there. And like I said, one lady, she sold her company for 270 million, and I'm sitting beside her and I'm sweating buckets, by the way. Like it was like the hottest weekend in Miami, and my eyelashes had sweat. And I was sitting there on this panel, and at first, when they asked me to go up, I was like, oh shit, like they want to hear from me. Like I'm going to go up there, and I had nothing prepared, but I was like, damn straight, I'm going on that stage. I'm going to get on there. And when I was talking to Stormy before we went on there, she was like, why don't you have 5 million followers on Instagram? She's like, you're so powerful. I said, because I'm not buying them. I'm just going to grow it one by one. She's like, but you still should be having 5 million, followers on there. I said, it's okay, because how many ever I have, they're real. And I am showing my people that they don't need to have a huge following in order to make millions of dollars or be successful. And I said, success is not just the amount of money I make, it's my relationships. And I remember her telling me, she's like, I really got to work on my relationship with my daughter. She's like, what is your relationship like with the people in your life? And just because, you might not make the money that maybe other people are making. Doesn't mean you're not qualified or powerful. I'm telling you the things that I have learned and the transitions that I've made and the way that I know myself now and healing my trauma and running my business from a place of integrity all the time. I always feel like the most powerful woman when I walk into a room. And it's not because how much I make. Like I know many people be like, well, I'm not insecure. I make $10 million more than you do. And that's putting someone else down to make them feel better. I know when I walk into a room, I don't ever have to worry about pretending to be fake or not, or to not be authentic. I just get to be myself. And I was just at an interview with this gal, Danielle White, and her husband's Garrett White. I don't know if you know them, but they're very well known. He's well known in this industry. He runs a business for men. And she's like, "It's so easy to talk to you." She's like, "You're relatable." Like, because at first she got a little overwhelmed, and I'm like, "It's just me." I go, "I'm a mom. I'm running a business." She's like, "You were so easy to talk. You were like the same person here and here." I said, "Yeah, because I wore a mask for years and I don't want to wear one anymore." I go, "This is what you get. Sometimes I might trip on something walking up. I might fall out of a private jet wearing Louboutin heels where there'll be 15 people behind me coming afterwards. And then I'll gracefully get up and be like, shit happens. And you want to be your most powerful self that when you walk into that, whatever room it is, you own it. And I want you to get that from this because in order to have your highest cash months and be able to be somebody who stands out where people are like, we need to know her. Like, I just got a text from Dan not too long ago. He's like inviting me back to Miami to be at his mastermind, to be a guest there. And every time I go, he always asks me to speak, to get on stage. You want to be in these places where people are coming to you now because they need you. They need what you have. And so the only way that that can happen is if you inherently embody that power because you have conviction. And we'll talk about that later. So when you're having this fear of success, you got to ask yourself if someone gave you all the tools, which I'm going to give you during these next 3 days on how the framework on what to do, and you had step-by-step process to go and do it, why would you stop doing it? Like you've got to ask yourself, who are you serving by not doing your work out in the world? Are you serving your insecurity or are you serving the people that need you? And I always put the people that need me before myself because I always come from service. And that's how I really got over that fear of success because it's not success in the sense of, am I going to fail? I don't believe in that. I believe in collecting data. So I know many of you have this fear of what if I do reach that success. I think more than anything for most people, it's like, how am I going to do it again? How am I going to repeat it again? How am I going to sustain it? How is this? And where do I go from here? When I made my first million, I remember going to my mentors, and I don't want to teach too much here because I do want to share in the other group too, and you might hear me repeat a little bit of it, but I said, I feel like I'm outgrowing everybody around me. And they said, yep, that's what happens. I go, I also feel like I can't work with the women in my mastermind anymore. They said, yep, that's what happens. And I literally had to revamp my entire mastermind. And I'll tell you exactly what I did on the training. But when you price things at a certain price, you're going to call on a certain client. And you have to be a woman who leads that way. Like I invest big in myself. I've spent, I think we tallied it up, $568,000 on mentors and programs and healers and you name it to get me to where I am today. And investing in myself has been the number one game changer for me to move in the next direction. I'm not afraid to bet on myself. So you got to ask yourself when you're worried of the success, are you worried about you showing up? Like, do you break your word to yourself? That's the thing. Like, I was on a call with Marina because Marina she introduced me. She read my book. I was on a talk with her. She asked me to be on her summit. And so I was on my way to Paris, I think, when I did it. I literally found a room inside the whatchamacallit, the private where people go at the airport and they have a special place, the lounge. the lounge. I was in the lounge and this dude was in there like literally forever. There was like 3 rooms and then, but these people were like living in these little rooms with glasses. And I'm like, one of these guys need to get out right now because I'm up next. And so, and I had my flight was coming anyway. I got in there, I set up shop and I did the best I could, you know, in the room. And I taught, and we were getting on a flight to Paris afterwards. And I did my talk. I did it from my heart, exactly what I wanted people to know. And, you know, Marina didn't really know me that well, but it ended up changing so many women's lives when they were on there. And to the point that Marina went and read my book. And then she went, after she read my book, she wrote her own book. And then she told her company about me. And now they want me to go give a keynote speech at their company, which there's like 400 or 500 people that are going to be present there in Orlando. This is about you standing out. And when I would see Marina's post, I'm actually talking about you right now, Marina, like you're not in the room. But when I see her post, I'm like, oh, she just needs to do this, this, and this. Like, and I'm like, because she's got the power, she just needs to do this, this, and this. And I see that with so many people that come through my feed. I'm like, this person doesn't really know how powerful they are. And it's like, I remember I was that person too. Like I was literally looking for mentors to be like, can you just hold this, please? And then let me get my ring on so I could just go be powerful. Like I needed somebody to hold this space so that I could be the baddest bitch I could be out there. That's basically what it is. Cause I do that for my daughter. I literally give my daughter space to be the strongest woman that she can be. And you know what that requires? It requires being in a room with other women that are not going to be competing with you, but women who are going to be lifting you up and being like, okay, I want to see you win. And so there's so many factors that go into success. And when you're trying to do it by yourself, you are going to be fighting your own thoughts nonstop. You're going to be coming up against your own beliefs. Can I do this? You're going to be coming up against, you know, your own self-limiting thoughts, your own insecurities, your own self-sabotage. And like I talked about with the mother wound, this is a constant thing because if you weren't nurtured correctly when you were younger, what happens is that you are in a position to always be in fight or flight. Like I was the scrappiest kid. I used to brawl with everybody because I never grew up in an environment where it was safe at all to be in my emotions. And for majority of you, it's true too. You weren't taught to be in your emotions, but I was really in like a trauma situation, you know, with my father being abusive, physically abusive, and my mom being in a cycle with my dad. It was like I didn't have anybody to protect me. So when a child doesn't have one parent there to be the sounding board for their emotional growth, they go into survival mode. The greatest thing that comes from that is most women who are in that mode, they become ballers and they go out there and they just do what they have to do. They know how to push through. But the only thing is a wall gets hit at some point in their success. And when that wall gets hit, they don't know how to like keep going through it. And then they have to have the wake up call. So that's what happens, you know. It's like you get a wall and it's you can't, and then so you're trying to always move this wall and so it's requiring more brute force effort to get here, like more, and you just feel like you're butting yourself up against your wall. And this is where your limits of what you can make, the ceilings get imposed, and then you can't really, like, you know, make the money that you want. So I want to show you that that's the old hard way survival mode. It is not the mode that we are currently moving into, especially this is the age of the feminine coming through. I don't know how woo-woo you guys are, but we're leaving the Aquarius time period and we're going more into a feminine state and a feminine run things. Things are going to be much more intuitive based. The women who aren't doing the work are going to be, you're going to see them dropping off, but the women that are prepared like you, that are here doing your work, your chances to quantum leap are going to it's going to be exponential because you're going to be able to move at a faster rate than most of the other people that are not doing this work, that are staying stuck. So I want to just answer a couple questions and things that I just shared there right now, because if you have any, And, you know, as we're going to get into more of the material, you're going to get a chance to really ask me specific things. I want to go through your offers and what you have available. If you want me to ask a question, you know, you guys are the only ones that get to ask questions during when we're live. So the other folks, they didn't pay to be here. So you guys did. So as I'm teaching, you guys have a question, you drop it in the chat. Everything that I'm going to serve you, and I'm going to serve everybody, but you guys are the ones that are going to be able to ask specific questions about your business. Now, let me give you a question here. Let me give you an example. Don't tell me a whole long story about what's going on in your business and then expect me to give you an answer. Better questions get better answers. So if you have something very specific, that's how you ask the question. My question is how everybody should start a question. My question is, but because when people tell a big, long story, they want me to know something that's not even important. And so they need to clear it up in their head. So very, very specific. My question is this. Any questions? And I want to help you. It's time to start making your highest cash months. Nothing? You ready to roll? All right.
I have a question.
Yeah, Amy.
Okay, so my question is, as a real estate agent that I find passion in, I also have a huge passion for serving and healing. And I've done my journey similar to yours. How do I merge those worlds? Because social media is all about my real estate, but I have other things where I do coaching or I do help people through things. And how do I merge those worlds? Because that's truly where I feel my purpose is.
So you can be multi-purpose, I believe. You can, like, I was still practicing law when I was coming into this, but I wasn't building my social media with law. What I have a lot of real estate agents that are in my world. Gosh, I'm drawing a blank on her name. Ashley, she was in Chicago. She joined our Millionaire Club. She just got her highest award I don't know, in her real estate agent. She's also looking to build a personal brand. That's basically what you're asking. You're looking to build a personal brand, which you're going to learn about in these next 3 days about the importance of it and how I've done it. And you can, I've seen people build up their brand and they're also a real estate agent. I've seen people build up their brand and they also sell like some kind of, you know, network marketing thing, like where they've built up their brand and they're like, hey, I also do this. I've seen people build up their brand, do coaching and have something on the side. You know, it's not like you have to do one or the other. The thing with real estate is that to get clients, you need to show the listings and you need to show what's going on there. So I would have 2 social medias if I was you. I would have one for your real estate and then I'd have one for the personal brand that you want to create, because you don't want to, people who are buying a house from you don't want you to coach them, you know, like they don't want that.
Right.
And, you know, what you could do with the real estate, and I have another client that's doing this, that's in one of my programs. She is, creating like a low ticket offer to teach buyers on before they even hire an agent, here's what you need to do. Not that you don't need an agent, but she's creating an offer low. So you could do something low there to create some passive income coming in for you there. But when you're doing your coaching, I would do a brand new startup. This is my brand. This is who I am. And this is what I'm doing. You just have to have and we're going to talk about it today, a clear path of success of, you know, if someone is at A and they want to get to B, what are you going to solve for them? What's this gap that you're going to solve for them? Because if you don't have a tangible thing, which you guys are all going to learn about, people aren't not going to buy. They're looking for like, what are you going to give me that I need to hire you for? And when you get to that place, you'll see that people pay anything. People will pay anything as long as you are willing to put yourself out there and you are becoming the expert, they'll pay anything to solve their problem. I know when I was going through this weight loss issue that was going on with me, I was literally searching high and low. I was willing to spend whatever it took. And I'm like, I just needed a gut health expert, a hormonal health person. I'm like, tell me why my body is hugging on to this tired weight around my stomach. Like, you know, I was like, tell me what's going on. And I couldn't find the person. I'm still couldn't find the person, but I found a couple people. But I was willing to spend all the money in the world. I just had to find the gym again. So, you know, it's like you're gonna see. That's what I would do anyway. That's my answer. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? All right. So state how to position yourself. Okay. You can come off camera. I mean, you can come off the, it's okay. How to position yourself and sell the services at the very beginning of launching a business when you do not have actual data to show yet. Is that what you're saying, data? So one of the things that, if you're new, the way that you have, like, testimonials are really, really important. Like, it's so important to, because the way that I shop and I always look at, like, the way that I invest, I always look at what, first of all, does this thing work that this person's selling me? And number two, has it worked for other people? Just because the person that's selling it says it works for them, okay, you got a TEDx talk that got 2 million views on it, and now you want to charge me 40,000 to write my speech. Well, did you do that for everybody else? Or is that like a one-hit wonder? So then I always look to see, and even when I look at the testimonials, I'm like, do I align with that person too? Like, is there an identifying there for me too, where I can look at them and go, that's why someone said to me, goes, you've got more testimonial videos on your website and your sales pages than Russell Brunson or Sam Ovens. I said, yeah, because if it works, I'm going to get testimonial from the clients, because when it works, not if, because I want to show that, we have different array of people from different businesses, doctors, lawyers, accountants, from different businesses that are also going through the process in the program, and it's working for them. So when you're starting, what I would do is I would run a beta group if you need to. I would, like, basically you can get a group of people together, and if there's people in your audience that need your work, I would negotiate with them. Either see, the thing is, when people don't move unless they invest money. So you can say, hey, come into the group for free and give me a review afterwards. Okay, that might work, but you do know how lazy people are. Even when you're giving them something for free, they still won't do anything. So people need skin in the game. So what I would do is I would have, some sort of like beta program where you're putting people through, if it's a group program or if it's a group coaching or if it's a one-on-one with you. I don't know what your offer is yet, but I would have them go through it and be like, wow, like, give them what they need to do, what you do, how you give them the result. And then as part of the discounted rate that they would be getting, they would be giving you a testimonial. And so then you can say, my client, Susie went through this program, here are her results. I don't like doing celebrations online saying my client. I like using their name and tagging them. So I'll always ask my client, hey, can I use your name? Or can I tag you? Some women still haven't gotten comfortable me celebrating them making $400,000 a month. We're working on that. But it's like, it's one of the things where, and that gal, she was fine with it, the $400,000 a month, but some people are still living in, they're worried about what their family thinks about them. And that's part of the process of why they're not making more money, but still, I get it, but I always like to use specific names when I'm celebrating. And when people see that, wait, this person's having a result, they're going to be like, hey, this is what this problem is. I want to work with her too. So you're going to have to find people. And what you could do is, hey, I'm running a free, we're going to learn about it on this challenge. I mean, you're going to really learn about this, but you're going to say, I'm having a free masterclass coming up on, January 30th. Come join me in this masterclass. Tell them what it is. You're going to prime it before you do the masterclass, and you get them on the masterclass. And then you can do a free training there, and then you get the results from that free training, and then you turn that into a paid masterclass. And then you can start showing people how what your stuff works. So there's great ways of, how you do it. You've got to start somewhere. That's the thing. Like, just because you don't have the influx of clients coming in doesn't mean there's millions of people out there, and people are looking for a solution. And just because somebody, your neighbor or someone that is doing the same thing you're doing, doesn't mean they do it like you. And you need to put yourself out there, and so that you can show that you're the boss. What I would do is start with your own personal story, which I'm going to talk to you about, in the next 3 days, about your overcoming. When you're the hero of your own story and you've created an origin story, what happens is that you show people, this is what I've been through. And then they can start seeing the relatability with you. One of the things that I think that, like I said earlier, the gal said, you're so relatable, so easy to talk to, is that I tell my story with no shame anymore. Like, this is exactly what happened. And I say it without crying. There's no victimness in me. This is exactly what happened. And that has made it powerful. Like, you'll never see me going online and talking shit about other people, or saying, do you know what they did to me? Because that's what victims do, right? Or like, I'm going to come back. I'd come on there after I've gone through the mess and be like, okay, this is what happened. And this is my story. And not to say that the other way is wrong. It's just, it's not empowered. It's not coming from a place of power. It's coming from a place of, I want people to feel sorry for me. And that's just part of breaking that cycle. When you can stand in a place of power, people will come follow you because that's authority. And that when you do those victim posts, what happens is you attract more victims and people with no money. And you're going to learn that today in this 3 days. So that's not the way to do it. So what'd you guys think for your first hour? Was VIP worth it? I mean, you got a really good deal already, is what I'm saying. Good. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to be, I'm so happy. Thank you, Marina. That makes me feel good. Okay, good. Like, and we got 2 more sessions like this. So, yeah, Donna said, it was supposed to be $297. But so you already got a discount and a deal. So just start, you manifested that. Get tomorrow, make sure you all are on the call too for tomorrow, because you're going to see I'm making an offer and I'm only limited to 10 seats. So, because we're doing something we've never done before. And I know it's like me, I'm basically giving everything away and I'm hand holding. It's so amazing, but I am here to make such an impact. And I know that every single woman that works with me can make $1 million if they follow the system. I mean, let me rephrase that because it's the lawyer in me. It all depends on what they do, because I can't guarantee anything, but I do have a pathway for people to do it. And, making money, people less qualified than you, less skilled than you are making way more money. Like, one mentor said to me once, like, there's idiots out there making money. Like, don't think that you can't do it. Like, this is silly to think that you can't. There's idiots out there making way more money. And the fact of the matter is that making money is very easy. It's keeping it, compounding it, and using it and putting it back into your business. And making it grow and quantum leaping. That's what we want to do. And that's what I want to help you with. So get ready. We're going to start in about 6 minutes. Team's going to now stream this into the Facebook Live group now. Wait, team, you might have to cut this off because the people who are watching the replay don't get this recording. Only the VIP get this portion. They can't, you're in the club. So they don't get that part. So what I would do is you guys recorded this, right? This is recorded. So I would end, unless Sash, where's Sash? Where's she? Oh, Sash, unless you want to edit it I don't think you can edit it because if we stream it in the group, they wouldn't see the first half, right?
So what I've done is I've just connected the live. It's not streaming in there yet. So once this is all done, I'm just going to download the one in Facebook separately. And then this one is a separate recording as well. So there's 2. VIP gets access to this one and the general gets access to when it starts now at 11.
Okay, these are above my pay grade. I don't know these things. This is what my team does. Things I don't need to know because I don't need to know them because I have a support team. All right, Kayla, you're on. Kayla, can you make sure that everybody gets a workbook? And Shannon and Sash, I'll see you guys. So 5 minutes, we'll see you guys for day 1. I'm so excited. And just wait, I got so much to share and teach. It's going to be amazing. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
am a holistic practitioner. I specialize in functional blood analysis and nutrigenomics, which is just genetics. And then now, since being in your program, I have let loose my intuition. Anybody who knows me would have just been floored that I signed up for this program to begin. I had prided myself on being a minimalist. We didn't have a lot of debt, but we also didn't have a lot of luxury. When we travel, and we travel a lot, we would stay in places, and I don't mean this to be offensive if anybody isn't into prostitution, but I would say this is where hookers go to die, because I mean, we're just waiting to be robbed. It was bad. There were times where we brought our own blankets in and just laid on top because you just hope there's not creatures, right? So we did a lot of amazing things. We're very happy, but we did everything as cheaply as possible. And it wasn't even conscious. It was just how we prided ourselves on being creative. And look at us, we can do all these things and we don't need money. But boy, when you add money to creativity, there's so much more fun things you can do. And that's what we've gotten to experience since I joined the Millionaire Mindset Program, and working on things that I didn't know needed to be worked on, because I've done a lot of work on I think most people, when you get to this point, you've done a lot of work, you feel pretty good about where you are in life, and you don't even realize that these blocks are there. I mean, it's completely changed how I feel about myself, how I interact with the world, how I present my business to the world, the amount of money I bring in. I'm floored. I'm coming up on $30,000 this month. We're quickly arriving at that. I got to completely retire that career and 100% go where my heart is. And this is where I'm going to get a little weepy. This is just one of the places I'm going to get weepy. And so it's not about the money. The money's great. Holy crap. Earning what I normally would make in a year or more in 1 month. Yes, please. Let's keep doing more of that. I like it a lot. But it's how it affects every single aspect of your life.
It's almost like I remember who I was.
Oh,
And from there, it's so much easier to make decisions. I started a community of women about six years ago. I'm getting back into that and growing that business. I'm growing this business that I am, and I'm just like feeling in love with life. Like Heidi said, like I love waking up in the morning. I'm not like dreading I have to go do some shitty things today or whatever, and just live in this weird swamp that I didn't even know I lived. Like I knew something was wrong. Anyway, I know I like probably talked all over the place, but
No, this is so powerful because she's showing you the journals. She didn't just come in here and expect this result. She went and did the work, and she showed up on every single call. Olga always, like when I say create questions, Olga had 1, 2, 3 questions every time, which I love because it shows me that she was doing the work. She was like, she was not going to lose because she knew she had the tools in front of her. I gave it to her. She saw that it worked for other people. She's like, it's going to work for me. And she just doesn't quit. And we're just getting started. This has just been a couple months with me. And now she's made 16,700. She's almost at 20,000. Do you see how quickly this works? But you've got to do the work first.
and most importantly, I feel I see the predictable way of making money, because that to me is everything.
Remind myself to consistently be in the abundant and receiving mindset, and it's working. Call it woo or not, but everything's energy. And if you're putting out the positive energy and you're telling yourself and reprogramming your subconscious, it works. But I'm making a shit ton of money and my relationships are great.
So what was your biggest cash month? It was a big month.
My biggest month ever in November. That was literally 2 months after I started working with you. I had $69,000.
I was able to hit my highest goal thus far of a 20K month.
Recently, I've had the most deals altogether. Before I used to have 1, maybe 2 going on or overlapping.
Both of my highest months have been when working with you, so I'm pretty sure that's not a coincidence.
Second month working with you, I ended up with a 93K month, which was my best ever. My biggest cash month before that, I think, was 75K.
with it. Shamina Taylor is helping to break.
Taylor is an attorney turned wealth
expert Shamina Taylor joining us live this morning. Turned wealth expert and mother Shamina Taylor.
We welcome wealth expert, mentor, and attorney Shamina Taylor back to Virginia this morning.
This woman is just incredible in so many ways.
Hi, my name is Shamina Taylor, and I'm a former attorney, now a wealth expert. And my superpower is that I help women become unapologetically rich. And that's what I do. And you get to own it, you get to be it, and you know what? It's there for you. So that's my superpower.
Now, you help individuals level up in their personal lives and their businesses, teaching them how to be the best version of themselves. Talk to us a little bit about what you do for those who are new to finding out about Shamina Taylor.
I help you get out of your own way. So I help you change your beliefs, get you in action so that you can go live the life that you desire. Because I do believe we get to have it all as long as we are not in our own way. Because if we are the problem, we are the solution.
Sad, are you allowing yourself to be human? Because what we do as high achievers is like we put ourselves into overdrive, into machine, acceleration, drive, which we can do all of those things. You can still be productive and make money in that state, but you have to at least nurture yourself first.
And I want you to understand that whatever you're doing right now, it's not the be all end all. It's just be something right now. And I think the most amazing thing that I learned about being in this program and other programs is throw some shit at the wall, see what sticks, and keep moving. But keep taking action. Don't sit on trying to figure out what you have to do next. Move. And I think that's been the biggest, greatest thing for me. And my business, I talk about take-home money, and I'm going to be taking home millions this year, like multiple millions. And I just started recently.
My goodness, finally someone understands me. And I finally, for the first time in my life, felt like I could be fixed.
With that, something just mysteriously happened. The more I spend, the more money I make. I no longer feel that I have to charge low. I just up my fees. And I have my biggest launch. I had my 6-figure launch. Something that I have been chasing for 1.5 years. Once I joined her program, boom.
My life completely changed. I wake up and I smile in the morning. I found another love for my business which I didn't have before. It's making my life so much better.
Good morning. Good morning. I want to just welcome you guys. Hello. This is going to be a different setup. So I'm just trying to make sure I got everything here. And it's just light on here. One second. I just changed my setup to hopefully, can you guys see me in the screen? We had to change rooms and first of all, hi, I'm Shamina Taylor, and welcome to Highest Cash Challenge. Here we are at your highest month cash challenge. And today I want to really show you guys how you can have the most amount of money. We just met with the VIP group and they were amazing. By the way, when you're in VIP, you get to ask all the questions, you get to be on Zoom. So you can you can upgrade to that right now if you want to. The link's there. And we had a great talk this morning in the VIP. I got to learn about their businesses. I got to learn about, you know, where they're stuck, what they need to be doing next. And we're going to be talking about a lot of things in the next couple of days. Can you guys see me? Okay, let me see. I feel like this thing is crooked. Hold on. Things I should have done beforehand, which I thought I did. And I have this little OCD thing, so I want to make sure that you guys can see. And I'm working with carpet here. And this thing is massively heavy. Okay, hold on. Let me just bring this in. You can see it, right? All right, this is going to be the best that we're going to be able to do. Now, when you were working, team, can you see this okay? It feels like this is tilted, doesn't it? I'm afraid to touch it, but anyway. Hold on, let me take this light off. There you go. All right, that's better. Now, what we're gonna do is, you guys get your workbook. I want to talk to about some basic things that are going to happen today. Now, over the next 3 days, I want you guys to say that you're going to attend, you're going to be present, because if you're not present, then you're doing something else. And one of the things that I have found for my most ideal clients, or the people that get the greatest success, I used to always say that they were coachable. Number one, they were coachable, but number two, that they're patient, that they're willing to learn the process so that they can go implement and have the results. So for those of you that are here looking to have a result, I'd love you to say, yes, that's me. I'm ready to have a result. I'm going to be present. I'm going to come and show up. And, you know, people say, well, I have this thing to do. I have that thing to do. I can't do all these things. Listen, if you're not making the money that you want to be making in your business right now, you have nowhere else to be, right, except here. Okay. So if you're not making the money you need to be making, then you have nowhere else to be except here. Now, for those of you that are new to me, my name is Shamina Taylor, and you guys saw that little cute video of me on news and whatnot. And if you're new to me, I'd like to hear that you are new to me. You can just drop in the comments on the live and in the Zoom. The gals told me that they were new. I want you guys to look at the day one workbook. Does everybody have that? The day one workbook? We all have it? Excellent. Now, in the day one workbook, hold on, I want to put this over here because I feel like I'm going to unplug this. Okay. Give me 1 second. I don't know how to do this. Team, can you be able to set it up so I can see the chat on the right? The chat on the Zoom, so I can see the chat, the view. I don't know how we can do it. I want to be able to see their chat. Okay. So as we go through these next 3 days, we're going to really talk about where can you start having your highest cash months? What might be stopping you from having it? Where can, you know, what are the things that might be blocking you from having the success that you want? And where can we actually increase the amount of money that's coming in? When you guys saw that video, you heard people saying, this is like the most money I ever made. This is the highest launch I've ever had. There is a system. And if you follow it, you'll have results. And one of the things that I'm going to, you know, really, really, really impress upon you is that you are not so special that this cannot work for you. So don't think that you are so special that what I'm going to teach you is not going to work for you. It will work for anyone that's willing to do the work, and anyone that's willing to implement and really have that belief that it's there for them. So day one is going to be set up with, we're really going to be talking about your offers. Oh, let me get back to some of the just housekeeping. Those people that are on VIP, you guys will be getting the replays, so you guys get to have it. And I accidentally incorrectly marked how much VIP was. I listed it for $97. It's supposed to be $297. So everybody in there is getting a deal. The next time I run this, it's going to be $297. So for those of you that jump in before day 2 to the VIP, you guys will be able to get questions answered. You get to get an extra hour with me, which would, you know, deal with coaching. You also get the replays. These replays will, if you are not in the VIP, these replays will be coming down on Sunday. Sunday, very quickly. So if you don't watch them, you're going to lose them. But if you're in the VIP, you get to have the replays and at a ridiculously half price sale, I guess, or more than half price, because it should have been $297 as opposed to $97. But after that, we'll be selling the replays for $700. No, is it $700? No, $1,000. You can get $1,000. It's $997. Anyway, and you know, we're gonna have a couple breaks that are gonna go along with this. But just try and be present as much as you can and try and really sit here and really listen to what I've got to say, because it's going to be really, really important. So you guys see that letter from me. I want you to read it. I want you to know that this is something that, you know, you can absolutely change your life. You know, listen, more money changes how we do things. Some people are happy about the amount of money that they're making, which is great. They're content with it. I feel like with more money, more opportunities come up. You know, if there is something that unexpected that comes up in my life or in my children's lives, like I have to pay for my son's tuition. Well, let me tell you, I wasn't somebody that put away their money in a 503 before, because we had such up and down years when it came to money. I didn't have any extra, really, it seemed like, to put it away, or I just didn't think about doing it. And I could just put an offer out tomorrow and I can make the money for his tuition like that. And so being able to have a business that can be like an ATM, or, you know, being able to help family in need. If, you know, you say one of your family members needs a surgery or something comes up, or they need a tooth fix, because, you know, insurance doesn't cover anything when it comes to your teeth, you can pop up that money. It's like, it's not a big deal. You know, if there's a minor accident, you can pay for these things without having to worry about, you know, where's the money going to come from? And having more money, it's like being able to do all the things that you've wanted to do. And so for me, I found the joy in that. Like, how many of you would love more money? And that's like, that's your thing. You would love more money, and you want more money. How many of you want that? Because if you don't even decide that you want that, the chances of it coming through are pretty nil. You know, if you say you want more money, but you're not actually really believing that you can have it, or you're not even making a claim out there for more money, then chances are it's not going to happen. So hold on, let me see here. I want to look at your comments here. Like, just okay. All right. Now, I want to really let you know that you're going to get tools here in the next 3 days that you're going to be able to implement. There's going to be, I'm going to tell you what my offer is right now from the beginning. I know people like wait till the end. I'm going to tell you one of them right now. And then I'm going to start, you know, explaining to you how you're going to get into this state of being, and what you're going to do, and the steps that you're going to take in order to have your highest cash months. You know, I always believed that I could have all the money that I wanted. And so it wasn't that I thought I was special, that it wouldn't work for me. I just knew that it would work for me because I was willing to bet on myself. And I want you to start seeing that, like, this is going to work for me. I'm betting on myself. Like, I have the tools. This is going to happen. Now, making money is going to make your life so much easier, but then making money doing something you love, that is like, that's what they call the dream, right? That's what the dream is. So, you know, this summer I took my kids to Europe. I took them on a trip. I wrote this in my journal forever, that we were going to travel the world. And I had already been to Europe before. I had been to France, I'd been to Italy, I'd been to London. And every time I went to these places, and this is before I even had kids, I'm like, I can't wait to bring my kids back here. And then when I went again, when I had children, I'm like, I can't wait to have, you know, bring my kids back here again. There's things that I wanted my children to see that I saw, because I wanted to show them so much more of the world. Like, my parents didn't take me on those trips. My parents took me to Disney World, if that, you know, if we did have a family trip. We didn't have regular, you know, spring break trips. They did the best that they could. We would sleep in the back of the car and drive down to Florida. It would take 2 days. And then, you know, that was kind of how I would sleep in the trunk. My brother would lay out in the back of my parents' Nissan Maxima and drive down to Florida sometimes, a couple of times for spring break, but we didn't have a regular spring break like my kids do. And I wanted them to go to Europe. And so when I would write it down, I'd say we'd fly there first class. We would stay in 5-star hotels. We would do all the things. Well, we flew there first class and back. It was amazing going to Paris first class, having lay down seats there and back. We went there. A driver was waiting for me. We went to a 5-star hotel. It was right on Champs-Élysées. It was right across from Louis Vuitton. Their big Louis Vuitton in Paris, that my doorman just walked us into the front. We didn't have to wait in the line, just walked us in because we were staying at the hotel. The concierge just walked us in. And, you know, I took a train twice when I was in Europe. And then after that, I hired private drivers because I was like, I'm not chasing a train with all my big luggage. And we, all the hotels were all 5 stars, and 5-star in Europe is like 10 stars in the US. I mean, if you can only imagine, it was just beautiful to be able to go, you know, $2,000-$3,000 a night, stay at hotels, what I want to have that level of service. We ended up renting a yacht in the Amalfi Coast with a crew. There, you know, people, we had a skipper, we had a captain, we had a woman that was making us our food. There was like 3 showers on the yacht. We went to Capri for dinner. I tell you this because this is what money can do. It's not, can I go to, you know, Amalfi Coast? Yeah, without that, I did before. And I swore next time I went back, I was going to go like in style, because I wanted to go and live that way. And my kids will tell you, like, being on the yacht and drinking Prosecco, jumping off the side of the yacht into the water, it was like, it's right out of like a freaking, like, you know, music video. And like Michael Jordan's yacht was right beside us. And like, that's something that when you can, I couldn't even really like put my mind around what that would look like. And like, it was just, but I knew that's what I wanted to enjoy and live in my life. And so when you think about what money can do for you, think about the experiences it can have. Like, you might not want to get on a yacht. Like, next time I go there, I want a bigger yacht. Like, I've already decided. Like, you know, I saw the yacht had a basketball court on it. I don't need that because I don't play basketball. But I mean, maybe there'd be a pool or, you know, a hot tub or whatever. I don't know. But I know that when I go back there again, it's going to be larger than life. And why not? You know, why not? So think about this when you're going through these 3 days, about what you want to create with your life and how you want to do it. Now, listen, there are going to be certain people that are not going to pay attention. They're going to be doing 10 different things. They're not going to do the work on these 3 days. They're going to expect someone to come with a magic wand and show them, and they're going to think, this is how I have my highest cash months. Those people are not going to have the success that you, oh, thank you, sweetheart. Look at this. Uh-oh. Ah, come here and say hi. My daughter just walked in. You guys can see this. We were just talking about, you can come here. I have a big, can you guys see her? Hi. She's got a cheer meet today, which I'm going to go to later. Competition, sorry. Okay, you can go. You look pretty. Okay. Can you close the door? Thanks. Yeah. Oh, you got spray tan everywhere.
Yeah, it's really dark.
My business and how I run it is for me and for my children and for the women that I lead. And to me, I live and breathe my brand, and you're going to learn about that later on. Like, having a personal brand and you being that person that's so relatable to other people is so important. Like, I drink matcha tea. My daughter just brought this for me. Like, I mean, it's like, what do you want? Who are you and what are you doing? Okay, so I want to get started right now. All right. Now, thank you. Everybody's saying that she's pretty. So when we're thinking about how you are going to run your business, this is the first thing I do with everybody that I work with, because someone will come to me and they'll say, I'm a doctor and I want to take my practice, you know, I want to teach, you know, other physicians how to run their business. I'm a chiropractor. I want to teach other chiropractors how to scale, you know, and have more than one office, or there's different, you know, things. I'm a lawyer. I want to do this. So I want to show you that while the strategy, which we're going to learn, you're going to learn strategy. The most important thing, first of all, is who you're being. And so you're going to see over these next 3 days that your identity for yourself of who you need to become to create these highest cash months. It's not just the strategy that you're going to take, but it's also the who you're being and how you're doing things. So like, your personal brand? Does your brand actually attract clients to it? The way you show up on your camera, what does the background of your office look like? You know, what's your social media look like? What does your marketing look like? Who are you as you're showing up? Or do you look like the brand? Or do you look like somebody who, you know, is selling newspapers, which is not a bad job, but you can't be, you know, asking someone for $10,000 and you don't look like the brand. So all of this goes into how you present yourself, how you're showing up, how you're marketing, how magnetic you're being, but it comes back to who you're being. So if you take you, right, you take your person. So there's in order for you to have a dramatic increase in your income, something magical has to happen. So there's you right here. This is what you currently do, right? And then there's this version of you over here. Apparently your head got a little bit bigger. But in order for you to quantum leap to this version that has it all, and this version that wants it, by the way, it's not just for doctors who can't write well. I used to be a lawyer, so it's also lawyers, so don't expect good writing. That's not my thing. But, oh, I just erased it. Okay, hold on. How do I bring it back? Okay, so you have to change your identity. There has to be like a change in identity. And this change in identity means that you have to shift your beliefs, what you're thinking and what you're doing. Now, if you're new to my world, this will be new for you to see. But if you've been in a couple of my trainings before, you'll see this, but I'm going to take it to a next level. So keep watching. So there's this is you. Wait, hold on. This is your eye, how you see the world. Can you see this? And then as you're looking through the world and you're looking through, over here is, well, hold on, before I do that, this is your eye. And this is how you're looking through the world. This is you. And you're looking through the world. This is your eye. Now, as you're looking through this lens of your life, the first thing you're going to look at is you're going to look at the belief systems that you were raised with. These are your core beliefs. Here might be some traumatic events that happened to you. Here might be your experiences that happened from those traumatic events. Here you've got your passed down like generational trauma, money beliefs, all of these things. This is another lens. I'm doing a little messy, but you get the point. And then over here, you've got your dream. You've got your dream life. And this dream life here will have everything you've ever wanted, you know, money, cars, trips, relationships, like all the things, your business, all these things are over here in the dream life. Now, for many of you, you see the world through all these different lenses. So you've got something that goes on every day that you pick up and you see the world through it. And so here is like your self-doubt, your insecurities, your self-sabotage, fear of failure. Every day you wake up with all that crap. Every day. Who can relate to that? And then you're like, but I want this dream life. What if I told you, when you do this work with me and when you're running your business, this is how things are. My trip to Europe and Italy, I have laser focus now. Hold on. I see the world like this now. I don't have all this stuff in the middle anymore. I don't, all these things that were in the way. All I see is this direct outcome here for me, because I have a really clear vision now, because I removed all of the layers that were blocking me from seeing what was possible for myself. And so what happens is when you can get out of your own way and you can get rid of these things that are blocking you, you can get to your dream life in your business. And then so we're back to quantum leaping. Here we are. Then we can quantum leap to that version of ourselves that has it all. It's easy to leap then, but imagine trying to leap with all of those like big boulders of carrying all that crap on your shoulders all the time. And you're like, hey, wait for me, I'm coming. But you only take one step further. And actually for most people, they're actually taking 2 steps back every time they try to go do the thing that they're doing, because they're constantly faced with all the things that they have not worked on. So that's what we want to do, is we want to help you basically remove all of that. And I have programs that do that. Now, when you're going through this process, I also want you to see that being emotionally mastered is really important. But when you're running a business, to start attracting clients to you that are willing to pay you top dollar for what you can provide for a service, so many things have to go into effect for you to be the standout authority, for you to be the influence, you to be the go-to person that they want to purchase from and buy from. This is so important. So when you're looking at this, you've got you, and then we've got our emotional mastery. So the things that, you're emotionally mastered now, because you're no longer having the belief systems, the sabotage, you're good to go, right? You're feeling good. And then there's this version of you here that's so magnetic. They're magnetic, they're attracting all their clients. They're attracting everybody because they have this magnetism. Then there's this version of you who's got money mindset that is so super powerful. You're creating the version of you that can create the highest cash months. So it's you plus the strategy that you do in your business that's going to give you that result. You hear what I'm saying? So we want you to start really understanding it's a layered process, but it's so possible. It's not like it's so out there that it's not tangible that you can get. And so when people kept asking me, like, how are you doing this so fast? Like, I remember when I was bodybuilding. I used to be a bodybuilder, and I would compete for shows, and I'm very coachable. So I hire coaches to, because I want somebody who's done it before me to teach me what to do. And they would say, follow the system. This is what you need to do. Okay, I would do it. I started getting very lean very quickly. And in order to be in a bodybuilding show and wear those little bikinis and get on stage, you have to be lean so they can see your muscles so you can pose and whatnot, right? And so I remember when I was going to the gym, people kept saying, like, what are you taking? Like, what are you doing? Like, where do I get the stuff that you're taking? And I'm like, I'm taking nothing. I'm following what my coach tells me to do. They're like, yeah, but you were like getting so lean so fast. Like, they couldn't accept that I was getting these results and I was having this success without some kind of magic pill. And here's the thing. I was willing to do the work to get the results. And I was so coachable and I followed the process, even when I was impatient and I wanted to have the results yesterday. I listened and I did exactly what I was supposed to do. And guess what? I got the result. But to other people on the outside, they looked and saw like, there's got to be a fast magic way. What I'm showing you might seem like it might take longer, but listen, if you've got the patience to go through the process, you will also have the results. And there is no magic pill. There is nothing that's going to magically overturn and you'd be like, hey, this is the success I'm going to have tomorrow. You know, you have to be willing to do the work to get the results. Is this resonating with you guys? Okay. Now, what you're going to learn in these next 3 days are going to solve quite a few of your problems. They're going to give you great information on what you should be doing. You're going to understand this and you're going to be in a place that you weren't before. Now, the best part about doing this work is that, let me see if I'm going to get to the framework. Hold on before I get there. Okay. We're going to talk about your offers. There's some definitions that are in the book and in the workbook that I want you to go through. Now, you having an offer is so imperative, like a solid offer is so important to having that success. Offers are really easy to make. People complicate them. And I've had clients that have put everything plus the kitchen sink into one offer, not realizing that they could have broken down that one offer into like maybe 5 or 6 different offers and then had an ascension system in their business, but they put everything in there. So having an offer is a transformation delivered. Basically, you're giving somebody a result. They've come to you and they've said, okay, I have this issue. You're like, okay, I'm going to give you the answers to get that result. And so you're basically getting your client, you know, your client is here. Whoops. Your client, you're here, your client is here. They want to get here. And this is where they're at. They need help, right? You're going to see this a lot through today. They need help. They're here. And here's the solution. And this is the pathway. They need to know that there's a clear pathway for them to get to this solution. And when they understand that, then you've got a great offer. But if you don't have a great offer, what people don't know, like people will be like, what are you selling? What are you offering? What is it you do again? If people have to ask you that all the time, then you haven't really clarified exactly what you do and what you sell. So super, super important, right? And then so when you have the right offer, you're creating this gap here. And this gap is going to be filled by you. Because if someone's got an issue and there's a solution, this gap is going to be what your offer does. Your offer is going to fill that gap. It's going to be the solution. So this morning on the VIP call, I was telling everybody that I was looking for, you know, I was willing to pay top dollars for anybody that could come and solve my hormonal issues. You know, like where could someone tell me, I know why you gained weight, you know, I mean, after years of bodybuilding, there's things that happen, but I think I prolonged things happening, but I want someone to come in and say, I've got the solution for you. If they were able to do that, I would have been willing to pay whatever it took. Like it didn't matter if you were going to solve my problem, you're going to fill that gap. I, as a buyer, would invest anything to give me that solution. So if you understand that, when you create an offer that can create that type of connection, let me tell you, you're going to have something that sells itself. Now, the value of this offer basically is not what you price it at. And we're going to talk about pricing because that's where a lot of people have a problem with, but it's like, what is that client willing to, if that client didn't take it, didn't do this, what is it going to cost them? You know, if they didn't sign up and work for you, what would it cost them for not doing that? And so that's how we value things, you know, like and like I said before, I was willing to pay anything. So if I didn't find the right person out there to fix my hormones, what is it going to cost me? It's going to cost me staying stuck where I am. You know, if you don't find someone to help you, you know, here I am, help you with having your highest cash months. What is it costing you? Where are you staying stuck where you're not making more money, you know? And so when you're thinking about positioning and the pricing, we're going to talk about high ticket tomorrow. I am a queen at high ticket, and I understand this because I've worked on my money mindset. So I know how to sell high ticket, but it's not, you're not just, I've seen people just charge, you know, $500,000 to coach with them one-on-one. That's up to that person to charge that, right? Am I going to be buying that? Probably not. Is someone else going to be buying it, investing in it? Absolutely. There's going to be somebody doing it. Now, it's when you are a high ticket buyer, like I said, you're looking at the outcome. You're not looking at what am I going to get? And when you're looking at people who are just focused on the features or how many modules are there, you know, how much time do we get? What are the different workbooks? What days of the week do we meet? Those people are like, they have a low money mindset, and they're low ticket buyers. They're not people who are looking for the value that the product or the service can give them. They're looking at what they can get. And this is what I help work with a lot of my clients when they come to me, because the way that they've structured their programs is thinking that they're giving their prospects and their people all these things that they think that that's what makes a good offer. But in fact, they're actually draining themselves. I had a client once, Mariah, where she was, I think we had a $25,000 offer for her, but once she started working with me, I got rid of like so many things in this offer because she was trying to give, because she had to work on her money mindset, but in her limited thinking, what she did was she kept adding things into it. Okay, we're gonna do blood work, because she did hormone stuff. She was like, I'm gonna do blood work, I'm gonna do nutrition, I'm gonna do a workout plan, I'm gonna do this, and she was hiring 5 or 6 different people to add into this offer. So, but before she was said and done, she was paying all these different people out, and she had to manage all these different service providers just to serve one offer. Because in the way that she was thinking, she's like, I'm going to solve all of their issues in this one offer. And then I'm going to make sure that in order for me to charge $25,000, I'm going to add all of this stuff into it so that I can feel like it's worth it. And I think a lot of people think that way. And this is what really, really stops them from preparing and creating a really great offer. Listen, solve an issue. Don't try and solve everything. And sometimes this is some of the problems. So when you're looking at the mindset of high ticket and how people are thinking, people who are coming in looking for features and what's included, those are not our buyers. Those are people that they can go get the low ticket offer that's a self-study, go have at it. But if you want to really work with those people, they're constantly in their heads, and we'll talk about that more. And that's really what keeps them stuck. And that's why they probably aren't going to have the success in your program either, because they're just looking for things. They're not looking for value. One time I invested in a mentor, I think it was $30,000. Let me tell you, there's a point in time where I was like, you get 30,000, you get 50,000, I was investing in everybody, because once I hit that first million, I was like, okay, let's go. You know, so I was hiring people right, left, and center. I was like, okay, I want to go faster. Because I wanted to quantum leap. So in order to quantum leap, I'm like, you need to show me what you're doing so I can get there faster. And I remember one mentor, I went to 2 in-person events with this person, and I didn't actually need to look through a lot of the stuff that, you know, that was in the recorded programs, because I already knew this stuff. I was joining it for the community and to, you know, get some coaching. Anyway, I went to 2 in-person events. This is all I did. The first in-person event that I went to with her, I realized that I was the only person in the room that did the thing that I was teaching. And it was that moment I walked away. I was like, I'm the queen of this. Like, nobody else is doing this. Everybody else is doing something else. Nobody's doing what I'm doing. Conviction came in, and I'll teach you about this later on. The next time that I went there, I decided that I was going to change my offer. And no, it was actually the same trip. I doubled up one of my offers from a 10K to 20K. And I had women that day coming up to me in the pool, shoving their credit cards in my face, wanting to sign up with me. And so I had one shift in my mindset from that program that I invested $30,000 in, but it ended up being so worth it, because even if I didn't get clients from that event, which I didn't go there trying to get a client, the shift that I had in perspective of what I was able to do was worth $30,000 to me, because I had that one shift. People who think in a limited way are always going to be like, well, I need to look through all the programs. I need to watch everything. I need to do everything because I need to get all my value. And listen, if you're in my programs, you do watch everything because everything has value. But what I'm saying is, if you need to do it, that's one thing. But you might get a shift and it might be all you need, right? Okay, so high ticket. Understand that people pay for speed. I just said that. I was hiring people so that they can give me the answers faster, because I wanted to go faster. I wanted to have that quantum leap. I wanted to go from here to here faster. Show me what to do. Let me go, because I knew that I was capable of doing it. So just show me what to do. Now, it's understanding that people pay for speed, transformation, not time and deliverables. It's focusing on the cost of inaction rather than the price of your offer. So if somebody is looking to get a result faster, they're going to pay more money for it. Just keep understanding that, because when you can raise up to high ticket and you can offer somebody something that would take them 3 months to do, but you can do it in 30 days, they're going to pay you for that result, right? Now, premium positioning, it's not just about charging more. It's just not about being like, hey, I'm the high ticket person out there. It's about, showing up that makes you feel like your price of an investment it's rather an investment than an expense. So that's really, really important, because I think people think of when they look at a program, they think about, I don't want to spend so much money. This is the people who aren't expensive. These aren't the ones that are quantum leaping. They're looking like, oh, this is too much money. This is so much. I don't know if it's going to work for me. Those are not your people. Your people are the ones that are looking at something going, all right, this is actually going to be an investment and it's going to propel me to where I'm going. And that's how you want to market your stuff. You don't want to market to people who are not looking at making investment, but looking at rather as an expense. And when people look things from expense, when I talk about this, the money mindset, this is day 3. This is what stops them really from making that quantum leap into having the results. And you want people in your business, and you want to be that person in your business too, that's looking at everything from an investment standpoint and not an expense. So that if you are running that way, that's your vibrational frequency. You're going to be attracting people that are in the same place. On the VIP call earlier this morning, I was talking about, when I see people do marketing online, and we're going to talk about personal brand, and they're complaining, or they're talking about, so-and-so did something to me, or look what happened, or, anything that's sort of like marketing, where they'll might say that how do I say this in a way? They're disruptors. But I also know that there's a common thread amongst all of those people that post that way, is that they have a victim and scarcity lack mindset, and they're not making the money that they could be making in their business because they have these beliefs. And when you show up online with that energy, you're not showing up as an empowered being, even though it sounds like you're being empowering, because you're telling people, hey, this is what you should do, or I'm out for the little person. You got to remember, people are coming to you because you are the expert of what you're doing. You are the leader of what you're doing. You are the authority. So if you're talking about all these different things that really don't have anything to do with your business, and you are not showing up as the powerful being, then nobody wants to work with you. You're going to have to work so much harder. Not nobody, but you're going to have to work so much harder to get that close and convert those people into clients, because they're just going to be sitting there going with you. You're going to attract the people that are going to go, rah, rah, rah. Yeah. Bad, those people are bad, yeah, but the same people that are commenting on those posts don't have any money. So we don't want to attract those with our marketing, okay? So marketing is showing someone who's unsure if you can help them to a place that, yes, I can help you. So your marketing has to be able to express that like, yes, this person comes in, they're like, sometimes most people don't even know what their problem is, to be honest with you. There's people that will know their problem. There's people that think they know their problem, but it's not their problem. And there's people that have no idea that this is their issue until they start listening to you and they're like, wait a minute, I think that's actually what my problem is, And so when you market, you want to show people like, hey, I'm going to be able to bring you from here to here. And so that's what your marketing is going to do, because you're filling that gap that we talked about earlier. You want to basically tell them that I understand you better than you do. Like, I feel like when I talk about the masculine and feminine energy, and I talk about, how women are high performers, and maybe some of you have heard me talk about that before, and this is why that they are so driven, they themselves go, wait a minute, what did she just say? Like, did she just say something that, wait a minute, that's why I do what I do? And then they're like, okay, she knows something about me that I don't. And then what happens is that basically starts people going, oh, I need to listen to more what this lady has to say. You want to say things that other people aren't necessarily saying it, or you want to say it in such a different way that your people are going to be like, yeah, which comes back to like avatar training, which we're going to learn about more. You really need to learn who you're working with. And when you know them inside and out, listen, this is game over. I read patterns. I understand where where my clients are showing up, why they're not showing up the way they need to be showing up, what's really in their way. And then that's where I can tweak them and lift that lid. And that's where their highest cash months come in. So this is what you're learning here, what I'm teaching you, but you're going to learn so many different things about business during this 3 days, but you're also going to learn like, hey, this is where I'm also being stuck in this one spot. Okay. Hold on a second. Uh-oh. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay. I just need to get this other training up here. Okay. Now, traffic is a part of how you're getting clients to come to you. Like, where are the leads coming from? And we're talking about traffic today. And I do traffic in such a different way than other people do. And I feel like they haven't really tapped into it. Now, I'm able to get in front of my ideal client because I understand where she is. Like, if you don't know where your ideal client hangs out, then you're not talking to the right audience. You're not talking to where your person is. You're talking to everybody, and you want to be talking to her. So I'm going to teach you about like how my podcast has really been such a great place, my YouTube, and these are things that you want to be working on when you're creating your authority and your influence, but also it's going to be such a huge traffic generating place for you. Your sales are helping people feel comfortable for a decision that they want to make. It's not convincing them. I never convince anybody to buy. For me personally, I know I have the goods, and I know that, and this is how you want to act, like, and be. I know I have the solution to someone's problem. So I'm not going to sit here and go, you need to buy from me, and convince anybody. In fact, a lot of the times, you're going to see through this process when I talk to you that, my offer, by the way, in the beginning, I was going to say what my offer was, and there's another one coming up tomorrow, but, one of the things that I have is like working with me for a full day. And this is what I'm going to put out here for you guys is like $50,000. You come work with me. It's a VIP event, and I'm going to map out your entire business. We're going to work on you, your business, your offers, setting up your podcast, all of these things. It's all going to be done in one day. Boom, 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 bang. You got your business ready to roll. And then you get to have access, to ask me questions for 6 months, on my special phone number, which you guys are going to find out how to get, and to ask me any questions. Now, that offer is something when people take it, it's like they have immediate results, like, because they're quantum leaping. But that offer is not available for everybody. And I don't have like, I can't do 50 of those, right? But you're going to see about another offer that's there, you know, that you're going to be able to talk about. But when I do these things, I don't sit there and go, just because you have money, I'm going to work with you. I do it on like, do I want to do this? Because if someone's not coachable, they're not patient, or they're not somebody I want to work with, it doesn't matter how much money they're giving me, I will say no to it, because I always feel like the exchange of cash has to be something that feels good to me. So you'll never see me just taking money from anybody. I've said no to quite a few people to join my programs. And while they get a little salty at first, I feel that it's kept it so exclusive that I want people who are going to get results. I want people who are going to take what I'm teaching them and do something about it. It's like, you don't just get to sign up for my program because you have the money. You have to sign up for the program and know, and I need to know that you're going to follow what I tell you to do and get the results. Like, you're going to hear from women over the course of these next 3 days that'll tell you, I did exactly what Shamina told me to do, and that's why I make so much money. So understand that that's really, really important. This room is soundproof, but she's not supposed to be home right now, but they have this cheer competition. So sales calls, I do them sometimes, and sometimes I don't. And you're going to see throughout this 3-day process where we're not going to be doing sales calls like traditionally. Here's the thing. Having a big sales team requires you to manage that sales team, requires you to have people learn your brand. I feel like the best thing someone can do is sales calls, because you're learning what the client really wants and needs. Every single call that you take, you're listening to them. They're telling you, these are my pain points. This is what my issues are. You're going to hear a pattern over and over again. I think people do themselves a disservice by having our sales team way too early, or if at all. So if you, and I know people say, well, you're the person. Listen, when I get to a point where I'm scaling that I need to hire a sales team, okay. But if I can still make millions of dollars, multiple millions of dollars every year without a sales team, then wouldn't you want to do that? Like, wouldn't that be something that you want to do? And so many of you starting off, I think hiring a sales team is a disservice for you. And being able to have a sales process that works, like 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes is the most you need to be doing a sales call. I took a program with a guy back in the day, and he literally laid it out, but I also use that framework, and I now am able to decide who I want in my business or not. Like, they'll ask certain questions. People who, like I said before, are asking how many modules, blah, 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 blah. They want to know all the things, and they're not looking for like, what's the result? They're going to be someone that's going to be harder to have a result in a transformation, because they're going to be stuck in their head. Okay. So lead generation is really important. So being able to collect emails, growing your list. Like for this masterclass, we started 2 weeks ago, maybe less than 2 weeks ago to fill it. And we have, I think, over 50 something people have enrolled in it, which it's a paid masterclass. If it was free, we probably would have had 500. Now, here's the thing. You want to do paid masterclasses when you get to a certain point, because they convert better. But if you're starting out, do the free ones. They're great. When you're doing a sales, some sort of sales presentation or any type of master classes or challenges, you want to be able to, teach people and give them an experience of what you would be like, so that they can have a win that they can go take and implement. But it's also showing them, like, you are the person for them, because they're sitting here learning from you. Give them something that they can get, so that they will want to continue working with you more. The lead generation, I skipped a beat here. So a lot of people aren't collecting emails, which is crazy to me, and not having a CRM, not having a place if you want to have money coming in from what you're going to learn about, multiple revenue streams, different funnels, having passive income, you need to have a CRM set up. And we have white labeled our CRM. So you're going to learn about that later, where we'll show you how to collect your emails. We'll show you how to create that opt-in, how to build your marketing. When I said we just started doing this 2 weeks ago, it wasn't through social media, which I usually do. You can do that too, but it was from my Facebook group and from our emailing, and our list is how we we put people into this program and how we sell. And so if you don't have, you know, if you haven't started building your email list, you're doing yourself a disservice. So I'm going to show you how to do that because, well, I'm going to show you the importance of doing that and why it's so important. Because say Facebook goes down or say there's something happening, but you also want to have different places that you're hitting people, you know, to know about your products. You know, social media, people think is the only way. Like, let me make a post on Facebook. Okay, that's one way to do it. Maybe make a post on Instagram or TikTok or YouTube. But what if you did them all? Your podcast, YouTube, Facebook, you know, your social media, email, your Facebook group, bam. You're getting people marketed from so many different areas. But if you're only using one for lead generation, you're actually doing yourself a disservice. And let me tell you, podcasts for me have been so good. And I got to tell you that I think that I'm probably one of the top people that have figured out how to use that for marketing and organic marketing and really bring in my ideal leads. And I'm getting asked to be on podcasts that are huge. I was just on a podcast, I'm digressing, recently, and like 1,500 people came and followed me after that. And the amount of people that bought from me, it was insane. So your content strategy is, you know, being able to share your expertise, your story, where you're going to build the know, like, and trust factor. You know, people they say they have to see a post like 16 times before they come in. But if you're consistently giving them good value over and over again, people are going to come work with you. How you guys feeling so far? Are you learning a lot? How are you feeling? I'd like to hear in the comments. Again, if you want to come to VIP, you can. Learning a lot. Everybody that's on the VIP, you get the recordings. Yes. Light bulbs going off. Awesome. Great. Okay, good. Now, when we're talking about brand, the one thing why I think people love about me is that I created a personal brand. I have a personal brand, and the Quantum Woman is my another brand. Now, listen, if you are looking to exit your company and you've created a personal brand, you need something to exit from. I don't know if you guys have heard of Russell Brunson, but he created ClickFunnels, and he went to go sell ClickFunnels not too long ago, and he couldn't get any. I think he couldn't get any buyers because he is ClickFunnels. Like, Russell Brunson is so associated with ClickFunnels that the ability for him to sell his to sell his brand is really hard, because what's happening is he has his event today too. Well, great minds think alike. And you know, him going to sell his brand is going to be a really hard thing because people associate it with Russell Brunson. People love Russell Brunson. I think a sale is coming up soon though, because this is his last Funnel Hacking Live. So he's making some transition, but it loses some of the oomph because ClickFunnels is not ClickFunnels without Russell Brunson. You know what I'm saying? So I created the Quantum Woman. The Quantum Woman is a brand that lives on its own. By the way, if you have not gone and left me a review on the book or the podcast, you haven't subscribed, go ahead. We're also giving away, I don't know if my team talked about it, a sweatshirt. I'll show you some of the stuff. But I created a brand. The Quantum Woman is part of the Shamina Taylor brand, but it's about the Quantum Woman. So when that brand gets to be 100 million a year, I'll be able to exit that brand because it'll have, even though my teachings will be in it, the brand will be a movement. And when something becomes a movement, you can exit the company. But until you create something that's a brand and that's a movement, the chances of you exiting the company aren't going to be great. So when you got to think about how you're running things and how you're running, I was talking to Lynn earlier, she's creating a tea brand. So she's not going to be the name or the face of the brand. The tea will have its own branding to come to a point that she can build this brand up to a level that she, you know, when it gets to this size that it's like a global brand, she can turn around and say, hey, I'm going to sell this brand. Here you go. I'm going to hand it over to you. And somebody else is going to purchase it and she'll exit the company. And so you got to think about how you're starting your business and what you're doing with your personal brand. in order to get started, to get known, you want to be, you know, that personal brand that everybody knows about, like certain colorings. When people see my colorings, they know that, hey, that's Shamina. Like they can almost tell, like that's her branding when they see the colors and whatnot. They know that that's me. And so getting to be known and well known is really, really important too, because it's like putting you, it's putting you as the leader of what you're doing. So your branding isn't just your colors though, right? It's like, it's what people are saying about you. It's like, who's the go-to person for this? You know, I have established myself as I'm like a wealth expert. I'm the mentor you want to go to with your money mindset to improve the way you're thinking about money. Like I'm that person. How do you want to make more money in your business? I'm that person. And so really, 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 really important. Why exit? Someone said, okay, so you exit company to get a lot of cash and you can start all over again. So if you build a company up to a certain level, you can walk away from it. You can sell it for a big chunk of cash because it's already a business that you developed, you created. It is like a business in a box you're handing over to somebody else and says, who has the money to take it and scale it, or take it and keep doing what they're doing. And then you can exit that company. You're giving it, you have something that's a tangible asset now. You know, a lot of people take their business and they only act like they treat it like a hobby and they don't treat it like a business, even number one. And so if someone had to come in and say, what does your business represent? What you know, what are you doing? What are your numbers in the business? Those things have to be tracked. You have to track those things. You know, how much money are you making? Where are your leads coming from? Is this a sellable business? So the best thing you could do is create a business that you feel you can exit. The best thing. And you can still create a personal brand at the same time. Is making sense? So let's say you're like a doctor, a lawyer, whatever, like a professional, creating a business that you can exit to other professionals. Wow. What if you started a coaching business where you had like an academy and you said, here's like the top things that you need to do to become well-known as, you know, a lawyer who is doing blah, 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 blah. You basically put it together. You had this academy, you have thousands of people come through it. The academy is called the Lawyers Academy. And you're done now. You don't want to do it anymore, but it's a built business. You can go sell it to another lawyer or somebody else and be like, here's this business. It teaches you everything you need to know to start your practice, to go out there, to blah, 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 whatever it is. It's a business in a box and you can sell it. That's the best way to run your business, is to create something like that. Yes, but what would you say creates the personal brand? We're getting there. I'm getting there. Well, you don't have to sell it if you love it, but a lot of people want to transition. They come here and they're like, I want to do 5 different things. I know I have friends of mine that are just so brilliant at building brands and building businesses that they build them and they sell them because they're so good at building out the operations, the branding, everything. They're really good at it, and they don't necessarily want to run them anymore, if that makes sense. They don't want to do the day-to-day operation. They're innovators. They want to come up with new things. They're creative, and they have so many ideas they want to do that they're just like, I don't want to just stuck with, you know, like Lynn probably is an innovator because she's thinking like this. She's like, I got this tea idea, I got this idea, I got this idea, and I just want to start them up so then I can just basically pass them along, you know, sell them on to somebody else. And so there's not a lot of people that want to do the grunt work in the beginning. They're looking to make investments later on. Okay. So now your branding is not just we talked about your logos. So now your brand voice is not just how you speak, but it's consistently showing up as a person your ideal clients need you to be. And so it's being polarizing. Like I'm the person that'll say, don't wake up at 5 o'clock to be successful. You don't need to wake up at 5. I also say, don't get rid of your matcha. Don't get rid of your Starbucks if you want to be rich. In fact, go buy this because it's going to make you a lot of money. I say the exact opposite things that wealth experts out there, like Dave Ramsey, would say, because in my mind, it's easier to make $10,000 than it is to save $10,000. So I want to teach you how to make that $10,000 instead of saving that $10,000, because saving money is really hard, because I mean, you have to like limit, you have to scrimp. Is that a word? Scringe, whatever, scrimp. Scrampy. I don't know if that's the word I use, but you have to limit. And I am not into the limiting. I'm into the expansiveness. I'm into the more. So I want to show you how to have the more. So for me, I'm going to say the exact opposite. I'm like, they're printing money right now. Let's go get it. So your brand voice is going to be things that you're saying. And the more polarizing you are, guess what? The more people are going to come to you. Like, I'm going to go back to Lynn again. She's starting a tea company. She'd be like, we're over coffee. I stopped drinking coffee personally about like 11 years ago because I found out that coffee actually pulls the collagen out of your skin and it makes you grow older. Even though every time I pass and I smell coffee, I'm like, it smells so good. But I realized that I was addicted to coffee too. So my day wouldn't start if I didn't have my caffeine hit. And I was like, I don't want these coffee beans to be controlling me. So I made an active effort. Actually, it was one of my first YouTube videos. I put it on my YouTube video where I'm like, I am done with coffee. And then I started doing research on it. And I was like, and this, you do your own research, by the way. I only found a couple of journals and studies. So then I moved over to tea. And being like such a hardcore coffee drinker, I was like, 3 or 4 times, and it was staining my teeth and all these things. And I was like, people are like, why do you look so long? I'm like, young. So I'm like, maybe it's because I don't drink coffee anymore. So, that could be so polarizing because it pissed people off because the moms, you see them like, my day doesn't start till I drink my coffee. Like you could be like, your day doesn't start because you're addicted to what's in that cup. And how about me? I can do whatever I want. So just think about what you can say to not piss people off, but like say something that's so opposite of what other people are saying out there, because that's what's going to make you stand out. And you're going to be like the person that's not just saying the same thing over and over again. So your brand voice is so important. So your personal brand is not just your life story. It's a strategic presentation of your expertise and result that make working with you feel like the obvious choice. So again, having this personal brand, it's like, you were known for this thing, and then you're going to get results. Like there's a fella out there that he teaches you how to be the best salesman or the best, closer. You're going to go to him because you want to know how to be the best closer. And he's known for that. Like there's people who are like the best at, I'm trying to think of all these things here. Back to me, wealth creation. Come to me for that. So authority is not credentials or years of experience. It's the ability to get the results for your clients and clearly show the path when they're there, where they want to be. We're talking about authority. Expertise. It's not knowing everything. It's being able to consistently guide someone from their current problem to their desired income. And your results and social proof, like I said, this is imperative. This is, to me, the number one thing that is so important. Listen, there is things with FTC that you got to be careful about, especially if you're doing money wins. You got to make sure there's a whole long thing about it. But these stories aren't just like, hey, I worked with Shamina and it worked. It's more of like documenting that they went through my system and they went through my process. The people went through your process, and basically your client's testimonial will say, and it worked. That's what they want to hear. Does it work? Because one of the biggest objections for people coming to work with you is it going to work for me? Like they'll see that it works and then they'll be like, well, does it work for me? And this is just because it's really not if it's going to work. Their biggest thing is like, that's what they think it is. But what it really is like, can I do the work? And am I going to get the result? Because most people are not willing to bet on themselves. They're just thinking that they're always self-sabotaging themselves, saying, this isn't going to work for me subconsciously, right? They're saying, I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if I have what it takes. And then they're going to go through that same process. I just realized something really major, and hopefully I can fix it right now. Oh, Lordy Lord. I don't know if I can do it. I might have to fix it on the break. Team, Sheila just sent a message asking if there was going to be a Wealthy CEO call. I hope that you guys had messaged her and everybody else and saying that this is the 5th. Sorry, this is this week they're going to be doing this. The other one. Okay. Does this sound better? Can you guys hear me better or no? Was a change in volume? Was a change in anything? No. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, please. How about now? Did that improve a little bit? Shannon, did it change? No. I am not a tech person. That doesn't mean that I can't learn this. Hold on. Is it on? Well, it would help if it's on. Okay, hello, hello. All right. Does that sound better? Can you hear me tapping the microphone?
I don't think that it's on.
Oh, this is terrible. Why?
You got to
Why?
change it on Zoom, I think. The input on
Oh,
Zoom.
yeah, you're right. I don't know. Let's see here. I don't want to mess anything up.
We can't hear you at all.
Okay, I will fix this. I will fix this. I'll fix this later on. You can't hear any of this, right? All right, it's fine. Okay, as long as it sounded good, because I want to make sure the replay is good. Okay. Group coaching is not diluted one-on-one coaching. It's leverage transformation where clients will learn not just from you, from seeing others succeed with your method. So I went from when I started my business, let me see how much more do we have to go through because I want to give you guys a tiny break. We have a lot to get through still. But you guys are good? You enjoying this so far? Good. Can you believe you only paid that little bit amount of money for this? Okay. I'm going to get through this little part here and I'm going to tell you guys a real quick story and then we're going to get into the framework and then we're going to get into the offer creation and how to be the specialist, generalist, the path of filling the gap. And then we're going to, yeah. Okay. So group coaching, so we're talking about offers today, which we're going to get into. There's different types of ways that you can set up your offer, right? And so when I first started, I started out doing one-on-one because that's where we want to do. We want to see if this has got a proven concept, right? Is this something that you can do? And I remember when I started, actually my first couple of clients were men and they came in, the first guy that worked with me, he said, hey, I saw your Facebook post, I actually didn't even put an offer out there yet. He's like, I want to, do you do coaching? I want to work with you. I said, sure. And he's like, well, what do you charge? And I said, $1,000 a month. And this is a minimum of 3 months. And I learned so much from that. One, I charged way too low. Two, I had to chase him down for the money so that I would never do that again. And we want to do automatic payments. But three, it was like, he wasn't totally my ideal client. So I needed to figure that out. But I started, and this was like 2018 or 18 is when I took this client on. And he changed his life. He ended up getting divorced. There's a bunch of good things happened to him, things that needed to happen, and so it was a great 3 months that we worked together, and he still stayed in my world. But then I moved on and I realized I just really want to work with women after I worked with a few men after that. And this is where the Quantum Woman brand was coming up. And so I started doing one-on-one coaching and it was doing great. And so I did a group program. This was the beginning of 2020 and I did small programs too. Like I launched a program called Hotline to the Universe and I sold that. They were like crazy. People had massive results because I was teaching them how to manifest, realizing that I was actually moving away, getting them all out of their own resistance and creating a program that they can go through. And when I started doing the one-on-one, it was good because it showed me that I could get a client a result. And then I got to a place where I had maxed out on how many hours I could work with a client one-on-one that I wanted to work. And we're going to talk about that when we come up with the framework in a minute of how you want to design how you design your business is going to be how you want to design your life, which we're going to get to. And then I scaled that to one-on-one. And then I had a mastermind at the same time. And then I made some shifts along the way where I got rid of the one-on-one and then went back to the group programs. And I'll tell you why I did that later on. But when you're starting out, one-on-one is great, but they're going to get to a point that what you're charging and where you're at and how many hours you want to work, it's going to burn you out where you're still exchanging time for money. Unless you are doing it in a way that feels comfortable and good to you, the only way that you're going to scale beyond that is to get into a program where you can do one-to-many. Otherwise, you're going to be capped out. So the chances of you having your highest cash months at, you know, one-to-one are great if you're charging high ticket, but if you're not, then, you know, if you're doing it done for you and it's like a $20,000 offer and you do, you know, 2 or 3 of those a month, you know, that's maybe something that you can do, but it depends on how your deliverables around that offer is. You know, everything is all determined about how you create this offer. Now, not doing everything yourself is really important. Self-reliance is building a system and processes that allow you to deliver results without becoming a 24/7 support line. This is really important too. You know, I have created my offers in such a way that people don't have access to me. That's why people who bought the VIP, they get to come in there and ask questions, because my offers aren't set up like that, where you can't ask me questions like that anymore. Because when you have really structured your offers correctly, then you've priced them correctly. You've also you've also valued them correctly. And when you have the proper ascension, you can bring people in on a different price point. So challenges that people come up with is procrastination, which we talked about a little bit earlier, but we talked about imposter syndrome, burnout. So procrastination, a lot of the times it isn't laziness. It's like not knowing what to do. And right here, it's the gap between knowing and doing. It's caused by focused on tactics before understanding why you're doing them. So people think that they're just going to go do a thing. Let me get a strategy, let me go do it, but they don't know what the result is. And they haven't become that person yet, like we talked about in the beginning. They went and did a thing thinking that was the right thing to do, but they really didn't understand why they were doing it. So this actually stops the progression of what you're doing, because if you have a clear path, you do A, B, C, and then you're going to get this result, you're going to keep doing A, B, and C. But if you're going to get resistance and there's going to be procrastination when you're butting up against, I don't know what to do next. And so a lot of people are just trying to like the moment that I started making money, I reinvested back in my business and I hired a mentor, because I wanted someone to show me, how did you do the thing that you did, and show me how to do it so I can do it faster. I didn't want to sit there and try to figure things out along the way, because I was going to fumble around and waste more years. I wanted to go and do that thing fast. So procrastination doesn't always mean that you're lazy or that you're in your feminine too much, or you don't know what you're doing. It's like you don't have a clear path of how to get the result. And so imposter syndrome isn't self-doubt, it's misunderstanding of value. It's thinking you need to be the best when you only need to be able to help someone get to the next step where they are. So a lot of people have told me like, hey, there's already somebody doing this thing that I'm doing. And I'm like, and I go, do you know how many white loaves of bread there are? I mean, people aren't even eating white bread anymore, but there's still like 20, 40 different options in the grocery store that every week get replenished. And you think that those people who are creating the bread are sitting there going, well, there's all these other loaves of bread on the shelf, we shouldn't put ours on there. You know, no, in fact, there's so many options to choose from, but every week they get replenished. So there's a buyer for everybody. And just because you think that you're not, you know, you're like somebody else who's, you know, crushing it out there, doesn't mean that you're not going to either, but you've got to start somewhere, and you've got to get yourself prepared to be the authority, the influencer, you know, to be able to be the go-to expert. All of these things are really important. Burnout isn't working too much, it's working wrong. And this is where I believe that, you know, people waking up at 5 a.m., women who are working nonstop every single day, not working smarter, they're working harder. They think that if they have to occupy every single hour of the day of what they're doing, and they're doing busy work. Because I tell you, one of the things that I said earlier, people who are multitasking are in a trauma response. They're feeling like they have to do all of these things, and they don't usually have a team to support them. They're not leveraging their time right. They're not prioritizing. They're not doing the things. They're not doing the work where it's like, you know, who are they being? This person right here, you know, they're being a busy person. They're doing everything, all the things. They don't know how to leverage, you know, their time. They don't know how to, you know, have a support team. You know, they don't know how to do these things. They don't know how to delegate. All of these things affect. And so, and there's no prioritization. There's no priority. Like, okay, what's a priority? Self first. Because if you're not a priority first, then you cannot serve everybody else. It's like that old adage says, like, you know, you got to drink from the cup first, and then you can offer. You got to put the mask on first on the plane, or else you're not going to survive. And a lot of people have it backwards in how they're running their lives and their businesses. And this is why they feel like they're burnt out, because they're trying to do way too much. And then we got the micromanaging, and then we got control freaks. You know, all the control freaks, I got to do everything. And then we've got the limited money mindset people who are like, hey, I don't want to spend money on, you know, someone creating this. I'm going to do it myself. You are not meant to do that part. You're meant to hire somebody to do it. You're not meant to do it yourself. So you need to learn how to do these things. And then guess what? You're not going to burn out. Burnout is because you don't know what you're doing. Burnout is because you're exhausted. And let me tell you, most of the women that are saying they're burnt out, they're not going to the gym. They're not sleeping right. They're not taking care of themselves. I've seen in masterminds that I'm in, the women that are complaining about being burnt out, they're carrying extra weight. They look unhealthy because nothing is a priority in their lives that they think they are. They've got belly weight and it's all from excessive stress. My daughter's cheer things today. I'm going to make sure I'm there. I'm there for every cheer meet. Well, first of all, she'd kill me. But second of all, I want to be there. Yeah, but I want to be there. And so, yeah, they're trying to do too much, and doing too much gets you nowhere. So we don't want to do that. And so the ultimate goal is leaving a legacy. It's not your reputation. It's the lasting impact your work has on clients long after they finish. Like, I have clients coming to me years later saying, I'm still practicing what you've taught me. I'm still doing the thing that you told me to do. This is my highest cash month. I just had a gal, Genevieve, she's a real estate agent. And I'm telling you, she was so diligent. She was in one of my masterminds. And she's like, every week she'd be on the call. She's like, I'm having these issues. But we broke her through. We had a belief going on with her mom and her and something else. And it was crazy what we were able to expand on her. And she ended up making a ton of money. Well, I think 2 years later, she sent me a message. She goes, guess what? I just cracked the $100,000 a month as a real estate agent. She made $126,000 or $36,000. And she's been doing that ever since. She goes, I'm practicing what you're doing. And she went and bought the Cartier necklace because she always wanted this. Because when I teach you, money needs a place to go. So she had a desire because she saw this like mine. She goes, now we're twins, and she went and bought it. And so the desire helped her make the money, but she also was implementing the things that I taught her, because you can use whatever I'm teaching you right now in any business. And so she's killing it. Lifestyle design, not working less is building a business that serves your ideal life while delivering maximum value to clients. And look, I don't want to work all day long. This is not something where I love it, but it's not something that I want to do. I want to go to the gym. I want to be able to go to my daughter's cheer meets. I want to be able to, do my creative work. I also do my money mindset every day. I also am doing strategy stuff, which I think is fun. I want to go to the infrared sauna. I want to go hang out with my friends. I want to be able to go speak on podcasts. I want to go to events. And if I'm working all day, every day, there's no room for any of that expansion or to enjoy life. I want to be able to go to Europe for 3 weeks like I did. And my business still made money that month, lots of money. And, my kids, my daughter was adding up because she's got more travel points. She has gold status on United right now. And she was sitting there listing out with her friends, all the places that I'm like, are you ready going through all the places you've ever been? She goes, no, Mom, I can't do that right now. I'm doing it all the places I did this year. But we've taken 8 trips. And so, it's like, that's the life, was where you can take time away for, they went to Mexico like 4 times or 5 times last year. And, we just came back from Jamaica. Like, we've taken so many trips. It's like, that's what you want, is like, you want to create your business around your life, which we're going to get to right now. Client success, not customer service, is creating an environment where people can't help but get results if they follow your system. Now, here's the thing that I want you guys to look through. Now, we're going to talk about the framework for designing this business. Now, just checking in. How are you guys feeling? How are you guys feeling? How do you know if we should fill out an application to set up a sales call? Soon, you're going to find out what we're doing here in a minute. Okay, so what you want to do, the first thing you want to do is, wait, I think even though this is the eraser, hold on. You want to design the life you want. That's like the first number one thing you need to do. you have to decide, do you want to wake up to an alarm clock? Do you want to wake up whenever you want to? Do you want to wake up? Maybe you want to wake up at 6 a.m. You go to the gym at 7. It's up to you, but you need to design. You don't want to do it from a place of, I have to do this. If this was a magic wand and I came up to you, I ask this question every single time, and I know that it's very, very powerful. Every time I have a retreat, an in-person event, I'm working an intensive, and I have a VIP day, it's the first thing I have a woman do is I have her sit down with the journal that I give her, and I said, design the life that you want. What would it look like right now? What would that life look like for you if you had to wake up tomorrow and you were living this life of your dreams? Because here's the thing. That's what matters. That's all that matters, is that we're living that day every single day. We are not working for those days. We're not working to make money to have the dream life. We're starting with the dream life right now. You've got to be able to have somewhere to go and reverse engineering. There's got to be a place that this is how it looks. Like for me, you know, being a lawyer and going to court and being there early, because if I wasn't there, my case would get kicked out, or having to be, you know, around a bunch of suits, doing that all the time. It's not what I really wanted. So I wanted to wake up when I wanted to. I wanted to be able to meditate in the morning, do my journaling, being able to create this life that I wanted to have, go to the gym, and then don't do any calls before 12 o'clock. That was what I wanted to do and how I wanted to design my life. So you figure out how you want to do it. I went from, like I talked about, one-on-one to group programming. And so my one-on-one was eating up a lot of my time. It was like, first I was doing them every single day. And then I got smart and I only did them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But then it would be like, you know, 12 till like 7 or 8, I was doing those calls. I think I had 16 private clients, and it was between those 2 days, but they were back to back. I'd be running to the bathroom, going to another call, and it just felt like it was just so much work. And I'm like, I don't want to do that anymore. So I'm like, I want to have more freedom. And this when I got rid of my one-on-one, which did get rid of a lot of reoccurring income every month, and I went to group. It was a big gap, and I'll tell you that story, how that happened in a minute. But you want to then, after you do design the life of your dreams, you want to create a business around it. So your business is going to be created around this dream life. That's what you want to do. So then we're going to look at what are the things that actually help us create this dream life, right? So what kind of lifestyle do you want to live? Do you want to travel? This is supposed to be an F. What do you want to do? Do you want to travel? Do you want to work on Fridays? I don't necessarily work. I don't have a work thing on Friday, or Mondays we have team calls. Fridays I don't work. Wednesdays I have off. I like a little break during the week because I don't want to have to be going. And those are days that I either do podcast episodes or I guest, or I can take a longer weekend. You know, what does your lifestyle look like? And you've got to really sit down, like, what is this thing that I want? Because at the end of the day, you're working to create this life. But first you need to create the life so that you can have the business support it. And so how many hours do you want to work a week? How many? I had a client once, and she was a therapist. And when she came to work with me, she had been working, actually all my therapist clients that have come to me are like this, but she had been working, I don't know, 60, 70 hours a week, right? As a therapist. And they were charging maybe $160 an hour, right? This is a repeated pattern with all the therapists, psychotherapists that I've worked with, all of them. And they were so burnt out from working so many hours that when they went to like bring their business online, they had this like subconscious belief that I don't want to work so much. So guess what she was doing? She was blocking how many clients were coming to her because she was so afraid of being booked out again the way she was before, that she had this belief that I don't want anybody. I don't want any clients. So she was actually repelling the hired people coming to her because she was so burnt out from working too much the way she was before. And so how many hours do you really want to work a week, right? And if you are still in the therapist business, the thing that I would do is I told all of my clients to do this, Sarah, who came to work with me recently, I just told her raise her pricing because she was so booked out. She had a wait list. So we worked on that and she raised her pricing. Team, there's questions inside the on the live. Can you guys please go look at that? Okay. What are your offers? Right? And what are you delivering in those offers? You know, hours, you know, the how many times a week do you meet, etc. All of these things, you know, are really, really important. Sash or Shannon, do you guys see the questions inside the Christina Klein is asking, Christina, the only way to get you're able to watch the replays for a couple of days, but this is something my team can do. So I'll have the team do that. Okay. Okay. So then your offers, are you doing one-on-one? Are you doing group? Are you doing intensives? It all depends on, you know, what type that you're doing here. And, you know, is it passive income? Like, is this something where, you know, the program is already created and they do self-study? This is great because this is how you make a lot of money doing this as well. And, then there's high ticket versus low ticket are both really important. All of this is going into your highest cash months. And so your branding, the personal brand, so this is where your like authority is built, your influence, and this goes in your social media. My God, you guys can't even read what I'm writing. Okay, and then what your ROI is for the client, because this is so important. You know, what are they getting? That's so important. The conviction in your marketing. Don't worry, I'm going to go through all of these a little bit more. Messaging. The embodiment of this. And then we've got predictable. Cash flow. Every month. This is like reoccurring income. So all of this is like super important for is Shannon here? Where's Shannon? And Sash, where are you? I want to know where my team is. Where are you guys? Okay, there's Sash. You're behind my chat. Can you look at the comments and the did you get to them? You got to them? It's good. Okay. All right. I don't see the response here. All right. Those things are like the framework of what you want to create your highest cash months. Like, did you guys think about all of those things when you were creating your business? Right. All of these things are super important. and they are really essential. Many people think it's just like, let me just go make a post online and then I'll bring people in. And that's how it'll change. But really, that's not what it is. So you want to be able to, you know, magnetically attract your clients to you and have them come to you where they're going to nobody else. They're just coming straight to you. And you know, I'll go into more high ticket and low ticket tomorrow, but when we're talking about like the hours and the business that you want to create, it was daunting to think about that without a roadmap. Yeah, that's why I'm here to learn this. It's great. Good stuff. So creating the most amazing offer is so imperative. You're going to hear from a client, Elsa, tomorrow. Literally on one call, I sat down, I said, I know exactly what you need to do. And I roadmapped her exact offer. I'm like, this is what you need to do. This is how you to market it. Here's who your avatar is. This is what you should price it at. And this is what you should do. And she literally had what she needed to do next. And she went and did it. Imagine if that could be done for you. Because if you don't have an offer right now that's really producing the clients that you want, then you need to figure that part out. And that's something I'm so good at. I'm so good at breaking down what somebody needs to be selling, because a lot of the times people aren't selling what they need to be selling. They're selling things that are just in a general state. And so if people don't have a path of like success of where they're going to go, they don't know how to get to you. And so, you know, being seen as the go-to expert and authority is really, really important. So, you know, when you're looking at your services and you're thinking like, well, what am I going to sell? How can I monetize this? How can I ask people for money? It's usually something you're doing right now that you don't even think is like going to be something people will pay for, but it's actually what people want. You know, there is a market for it. But if you're too general in how you're doing things, then people are not going to see you as the expert. So you really have to be showing up and being fully seen. And we talked about this on the VIP call, and a lot of the women are like, I'm so afraid to be seen. I'm so afraid to being seen in my power. I'm so afraid to being seen as that go-to expert, as the person who, you know, people are going to and that are going to pay me money. Like, who am I to be doing this kind of thing? Can anybody else relate to that? Where you're like, well, I don't know if I can be. And here's the thing, like, the more powerful you are, the more people are going to buy from you. That's it. That's the bottom line. And until you get that first, like when you put the dot on the map where people are like, that's the person we need to go to, then they're going to keep looking for other people until they find that person. Because most of the time when people are shopping for the answer, they're looking for someone that they can connect to that has that know, like, and trust factor. And that's what we're going to talk about, building authority, and how your social media is really going to be, you know, impacting that, how your podcast could be doing that, how your YouTube could be doing that, how your book could be doing that, and how the different ways that you're creating your impact in the world and the different revenue streams that you're going to be creating. So, you know, when people think like, who am I to do this? That's something you just got to get over. I mean, who are you not to do it is what I would ask yourself. Like, who are you not to do this? When you can create magnetic marketing, there is so many ways that you're going to be able to bring people to you. I have this program and it's called Magnetic Power. And I created this program because I saw that a lot of women were playing small. They were afraid to be seen. They didn't want to be seen as their magic. So many women have the it factor. And I would say that all of you that are on the call have that, but they don't know how to express that it factor out in the world. So they water it down with their messaging. They water it down with their branding. They water it down, not showing up and like being like, hey, I am the person you need to come to for this thing. Sometimes they think they've got to do more work. They've got to do something else. But what I've learned, and this is where my saying comes from, messy makes me millions, is that the more that I took action in the thing that I wanted to do, the more the results came and I got to have new iterations. You just have to be a little bit ahead of the person that you want to lead and show them like, listen, I can guide you to where I am at now. And many of you have had a transformation, or you've had a result enough, or you've had some success in your business that you can do that, but you're not doing it to the level where you're making enough money to doing it because you're not charging enough, or you're not actually like putting the value out there because you're not packaging it correctly. You're not putting your offer out there. Your branding doesn't support it. Let me tell you, if you got a janky looking brand, nobody's going to be buying from you. if it looks like you made the stuff in Canva, and if you're running a digital online business, then in your branding, the way that you're marketing, you're presenting yourself, if you're not showing up on video or camera in a way that people are like, oh, I want to listen to what this person has to say, then they're gonna keep, it's like watching TV, which I don't do, but they're just gonna keep on clicking the channel and scrolling right on by. You're not giving them a reason to stop their scroll. You have to give them a reason to stop and be like, okay, what is this person saying? I got to listen to them. And so if you're not showing up with that power, and let me tell you, personal power comes from a place of knowing who you are, being the authority, not wearing a mask, living in integrity, doing what you say you're going to do, and then do the damn thing. That's what it is. And so if you're breaking your word to yourself and other places in your life, if you say like January 1st, you were supposed to go to the gym and your butt's not at the gym, then who are you to blame? You say you want to change, but you're not doing the change. We got to check in with ourselves. Are we doing this? So Magnetic Power is this program that I created. And this program is for you to basically break down your story, because this is how you're going to be the person that when I started teaching Magnetic Power, I don't know what the heck this is. Sorry about that. I don't have to turn this damn thing off. Again, electronics and stuff like this is not my thing, but it's okay. Look how far I got. You don't have to know everything. That's not my low zone of genius. So getting this thing up here though, well, I hired somebody to do that. That was smart. I leveraged my time, paid somebody to do it because no way my butt was trying to do it. So listen, when you are like trying to stand out and be magnetic, so I have people showing up in my inbox saying, how can I work with you? How do I pay you? That's what you want. People, when I had an in-person event in Chicago, listen, we put that shit together really last minute, and kind of last minute because of the way that we changed the venue, things happened. And it was a huge investment to book this place. And I did a 2-day event as opposed to 1-day event. Did you know that they charge you for 2 days? Like when you hire somebody, like for the photographer, it's a 2-day thing. When you get makeup lady, it's a 2-day thing. When the venue for the food, it's a 2-day thing. Here in my mind, I didn't even really think about the expenses, but it's like having 2 weddings back to back, 2 events back to back. So times 2 your cost. So I'm like, this thing's going to work. So I'm putting this event out there, and in-person events are so powerful. And if you've never been to one of mine, make sure that you get to one of them coming up, this year. But it was huge investment to put the money up front. And, we did make the money back through our ticket sales. And, I had $130,000 cash day from the event, like so many good things and money, and people just kept signing up over and over coming from that place. But one of the things that happened from that event that was really powerful is that we filled the room with people who know who I was. They came from podcasts, they came from YouTube, they came from Amazon suggesting my book. One of the gals that got, and 90, there was like 100 and something women there, and 90 of them got on a plane to come see me. Do you know how much expense that is for 2 days plus a plane, plus, getting in a hotel? That's not cheap, right? And they made that investment to come. One lady found me from Amazon because Amazon suggested my book 4 days prior. And she's like, I need to get on a plane. YouTube did that. People heard me on a podcast. Lynn, who's here, she heard me on this fitness podcast. I don't even know, my team booked it. I'd never been on this podcast before, but she heard me speaking, got on a plane, went to see me, got the VIP dinner, and then joined one of my programs. And so many, Miranda came. There's so many people that I can name more and more people that did that. And so if you're not standing out as the person who is like, showing up in that power, then people aren't going to see you. So with Magnetic Power, what I'm doing is I'm teaching you how to take your story, how to make your story relatable, how to show up and to be the authority, how to change your messaging, also how to magnetically attract, the clients to you. The crazy thing is, and get this, is that one of my clients, Trina, she took this program and she was going through, this woman was revamping her whole business. And guess what? Not only did she attract her ideal clients, she attracted her fiance. At the time, he was just a millionaire, multimillionaire. So she was done with men, by the way. She attracted this man into her life because when you become magnetic, you're not just going to be attracting women and your clients, you're attracting men, women, everybody. You're like a magnet. So she attracted her ideal client, her ideal man to her. She's engaged to him now and going through Magnetic Power. Because when you showing up as the most, evolved, authentic, you know, highest level version of you, your frequency is going to be of, I am the best at what I do. I value myself. So you're going to attract people who are doing that too and want to work with you. So you're going to attract clients that are like that. You're going to attract people who want to be in your space that are like that. Exactly, Shannon. I always ask that question. I'm like, who did I have to believe to be that person? And you know what I would tell my team? It's just going to work. We didn't sit there and go, well, this is not going to work. I just sat there and like, this is going to work. And that was one of the most powerful events I've ever put on in my entire life. If you were present at that event, you'll know what I'm talking about. So when we're doing influence and we're just being seen, listen, you got to show up and be that person. So magnetic power is one of the things. So what about all those self-sabotage beliefs? Like, I don't feel good enough. I'm not smart enough. Now I want to say, gosh darn it. I can't remember what it is. I think it's the SNL thing. You know what I'm talking about, right? Gosh, no, I'm not good, whatever. I mean, I'm good enough. So I have this program called Accessing the Quantum through Emotional Self-Mastery. My self-mastery program, if you have not taken it yet, is game changer. It is game changer because what it does is it helps you realize where your limits are. And when you take ATQ, it's what the nickname of it is. My team did that. It helps you get out of your way to remove the resistance. Remember the first thing we talked about with the eye and the lens that you see and all those layers that have come up? So ATQ helps you remove that. Really, really important, because then that helps you with your quantum leap. Now, when you're in magnetic power and you're being magnetized, I'm going to teach you guys how that works right now. You're attracting people to you. Now, what if you did all those parts and then still the money's not coming in? Well, maybe you're charging too low. Maybe your pricing is being affected. You know, maybe your offer, it's too low. And maybe you don't have the money mindset to charge higher. A lot of the times I'll hear from clients that push back on me, well, I want to price it so that it's affordable for everybody. Who's ever thought about that when they've done the pricing in their programs? I'm pricing it so that people can afford it. Who's ever thought about that? Have you ever considered what they will pay? What if I told you that wasn't the right way to do it? And I'm not telling you to price based upon your value, because nobody's ever going to pay you what your value is. The way to price it is on, remember what we talked about earlier, if the client did not take and invest, what is it going to cost them? Right? What is it going to cost them? And so if all it took was a $5,000 offer to fix their issue, it would be a no-brainer for them to do that, right? So that's how you have to look at it. Like, you're offering them a service. Remember when the whole world was shut down in 2020? Who was still making cash? The Louis Vuitton, the Christian Dior's, all of the high end, they were still making money. Why? Because they held their value, because they knew that it didn't matter what's going on in the world. They still had a product that they loved and they supported, and they were still making money. And, you know, I think a lot of the people, they weren't sitting there go, well, the markets were having an issue. People are washing their cereal boxes with Tide. You know, we need to change our branding. We need to lower our pricing. When I bought my G-Wagon, I couldn't even find one because everybody was buying them during a pandemic. I got one of the 8 ones that was getting shipped over, and it was the 2022, 2021, whatever I put my deposit down, they're like 8 are coming in. I'm like, I want one of those. They were in such high demand. I know the computer chip and stuff was out, whatever, but it was still in high demand. I want what I want, so I was willing to pay. I paid $70,000 over market for it. I know people would say that's stupid, but I had the cash. So I paid $297,000 cash for my G-Wagon, which I love. It's in my garage right now, but I've made the money like 10 times over. So it's like, I'm willing to pay the premium to get the thing that I want. You want people who are thinking this way because they're not thinking like that's a waste of money. So if you don't have the money mindset set up, you're not going to be charging your clients or your for your services what it should be. So sometimes you're going to be depressing the cost of it because you'll feel like, if I don't price it a certain way, no one's going to buy it. But what if you had a personal brand that spoke to people? What if you had the authority in the industry? What if you were the go-to expert? Nobody would stop and go, you know what? I want a generalist in here. I'm going to have a generalist to take care of my specialist problem. They're looking for a specialist for their problem. So you've got to decide, are you the specialist? Are you the person that's going to be able to bring them that result? I have this program called Infinite Wealth, and it helps you with this money mindset. Infinite Wealth shows you the overflow. Infinite Wealth changes your relationship with money. Infinite Wealth, we did this exercise when we were in Chicago, where I had people sit down and imagine they went into a meditative state, and I had them close their eyes and I had them sit down and imagine there's this chair in front of them. And I had them imagine who was sitting in that chair when there was a pile of money. And every woman in that room was crying because they had such a breakthrough. Well, that exercise is in this program called Infinite Wealth. And if you haven't done it before, it's amazing. But the breakthroughs that women had, designing the chair, what it looked like, who was sitting in the chair, why they were limited. I help you shift your relationship with money, because unless you shift it into one of expansion, you're always going to be limiting what you can have, what you can do with it, how much you can charge, how much can come in per month. I had a client once, she went and she had her highest cash month. This is not unusual. And she's like, I don't know if I can do this again. I don't even know if I was worthy of this money. What am I going to do with this money? I feel like if I've got to, I feel responsible. I'm going to lose all this money. She just kept having all these worries about where the money would go. And I said, why don't you feel like you're deserving of it? She goes, because no one in my family has ever made this much money before. Nobody in my family. I made more in 1 month than I did the whole year that my mother worked ever in her life. And I feel so undeserving of it. Has anybody ever felt like that when they're making more money? Like maybe it came in too fast and then they're like, this came in too fast. I feel like this came in too fast and I didn't work really hard for it. So a lot of the times we're programmed and we're conditioned, which we're talking about on day 3, that you have to work so hard for the money. But listen, a billionaire makes $1 billion a year. And if you break it down on how they make this money, it's $2.7 million a day. They are not exchanging time for money anymore. They're leveraging. They're learning how to use their support team. They're leveraging their time. They're leveraging their money. They've got their money in many multiple streams of income to come in. They are not doing one-on-one. They're not working really as hard and physical as people think that they need to. They're working smarter. They're letting their money work for them. They're having their money come into multiple streams. They're learning how to leverage time. My friend Elena Cardone, one time we were booking for me to go on her podcast. I'm telling you, this woman within 3 minutes had this shit booked. She texts me, she had her Danielle on her team text my team member. And before I knew it, it was done. I was like, I told my team, I'm like, she did that in like 3 chess moves. She just texted me, do you want to be on the podcast? Like, it was like, we were having a conversation about something else. And she's like, hey, I'm starting up my podcast again. I'd love to have you on there. I was the first entrepreneur that was on there, a female entrepreneur. And she's like, would you like to be on the podcast? I was the 3rd guest. And I said, yes, sure. We made it happen. I told her I was going to be in Miami. And literally, it was like in 3 minutes. And I said, my team will tell you, I said, that woman moves so fast. And this is where money loves speed. And so the decision-making process, how they move and how they think and what they're doing, she leveraged her team like this. It's like, are you making moves like that in your business? Are you thinking on this level? Or are you still operating like, I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if I should do that yet. Or, I thought about that offer and I was thinking about doing it. I don't know, maybe I should do that. The best thing I ever did was hire a VA right from the jump when I started my business, because I had to give her something to do. And even though my business wasn't where I wanted it to be, this was January of 2020. I was like, I need to have a VA, because guess what? She was like, okay, I'm ready to work. And I'm like, oh shit, I better work. But if you have nobody that's coming there asking you to do something, of course, you're not going to do the things that you need to do. But if you had somebody that you could delegate and start learning to take things off your plate. And this is where the concept of time is money, is if you realize when you hire people to, like when she did the things that I was doing in my business, because I taught myself ClickFunnels, I taught myself Canva, I taught myself how to build my website, all these things. My website was janky before than it is now, but it was like, I did all the things in the beginning because I didn't have any money. And so I did all of them. But the moment that I realized that I needed to hire somebody to do stuff, I saw that she did like 20 things that would have taken me literally a week to do. She did them in a day. And when I saw that, I'm like, that's how we leverage time. This is how we move faster. The smartest thing I ever did. Now, you could hire a VA for 3 hours a week or 4 hours a week. You delegate. It starts teaching you to get somebody to support you, and then you feel supported. You know, you might have to look around to find the right person or how it works. And like my team member, when Slash came to work with me, she only knew graphic design, and that's what I needed her to do. And she was pretty good, okay, but she's amazing now. But I knew that running an online business, I needed someone with that skill set, or else I'd be having to always outsource it all the time. And we were doing launches all the time. We were doing programs. I needed someone that could be creative. Now Sash runs operations. She's my executive assistant too. She does so many things. I take my team and I train them. I teach them what to do. And so they know how to run the business even when I'm not here, aside from the other things, right? And you want people who are going to be there, and you're going to learn how to support. One of the biggest things that I've noticed with women and men too is that they want to do everything on their own when they're in that masculine state. They don't know how to let their guard down and let people in to support them. They want to do everything. They want to micromanage. I had a client once, and she was a doctor. She was not a dermatologist, and she had her own a clinic in Vancouver. And she kept saying that she couldn't find a support person. Every week it was something new. And she thought people, this girl's, silly. They don't know how to do things. And what I found was that she just didn't know how to receive help. She didn't know how to allow, because she was so busy doing for everybody else. She expected people to do things at her level, and she wasn't allowing herself to receive. She was blocking her money, because if you don't know how to receive, I've always said money's masculine and the way we receive it's feminine, but the way that she was operating was so masculine. She didn't give money a chance to receive. Hold on. So you want to be able to leverage a team, and again, I'm gonna go into that a little more. How are you guys doing? Checking in right now. $83,333 a month is how much you have to make for $1 million a year. I used to sit with my calculator every week and I'd go, okay, to make $1 million a month, I have to make $83,333 a month. At first, that seems like a big deal, but really it didn't, because then I started doing that in a day. And so when you start working faster and smarter, you're going to be able to do it. Are you guys getting some tangible things here? Just checking in. Let me know. Do I have a resource for that? We teach you how to do that. Yeah, we do have a system for that. So part of, what you're doing is you're not allowing yourself to really expand to a place of that version of you. Let's say it's the $1 million version of you who's operating the business from a place of knowing that they can receive that money per month. Stephanie, a client of mine that came to work with me, she'd been in business for about 6 or 7 years. I think she was a marketer, and she had 2 kids. She was married. And she was trying to retire her husband, and she wanted to start taking herself out of business. She was doing too much. And I remember when Stephanie started working with me, she was such a micromanager. She was doing all of the onboarding, every single part of the operations of the business she was doing. And so of course she was burnt out, because she was doing operations, she was doing the deliverables, she was doing every single thing, and the marketing, everything. And then when I told her to hire a team member, and I told her how to delegate, and then we started working on her emotional stuff, the ATQ, and then I have a program called the Evolved Alpha Female, which helps you balance your masculine and your feminine energy. And when she started working through that, she started realizing that she had been outsourcing so much. She wasn't going to the gym. She wasn't buying things that she loved. She wasn't enjoying her life. She didn't design the life of her dreams and then her business around it. She was just whatever, she was running her business so much and so hard, whatever time that she had left, that's what she enjoyed. And that's the opposite way of doing it. And so when she started practicing the things that I was teaching, well, not only did she get knocked up and she had a surprise baby, which happens a lot in my group, because you start having a lot of sex, to be honest with you, because you start, oh, I mean, I'm serious. This is what happens because you're enjoying life. I mean, if you're not having a lot of sex, you really aren't enjoying life, in my opinion. So she was having, she was getting time to like, let her husband come to her, and she was able to receive. Well, that translated into highest cash months. So what are you saying, Shamina? I need to have more sex for highest cash months? I mean, there's something to that. There's something to way you run your business and your lifestyle. Are you really enjoying your life? Are you so burnt out that you can't have sex with your partner by the end of the day because you're working too hard? And are you open and available for attracting a partner in if you're not doing that? Really, really important. So dream life exercise, do it. Write down what it looks like. And, say you want to travel to Europe or you want to go to the Caribbean or whatever it is. How much more money is that going to take you? I always say to go energetic shopping. When I was macking out my G-Wagon, I went and I would go to the Mercedes website all the time. I was like, I knew I wanted AMG. I knew I wanted, the interior that I wanted, the size of the wheels. I wanted it to be maxed out. So I kept looking at it. And so I was shopping about looking at it. And if you listen to any of my YouTube, I was telling everybody about it. Like, this was my car. People were even calling it my G-Wagon even before I had it. And so I already had like energetically purchased it. Every time you opened my phone, you would see my G-Wagon on there, which, it was like telling me this is what I wanted. Plus it said I'm a millionaire, like all the things that I wanted to like process in my subconscious mind is what I did. So you really have to sit down and decide how this lifestyle is going to look. And, if you need to make more money and you don't have the money right now, what is the issue? Like what I would look at, like, does your dream life, let me ask you this question. Does your dream life require more money for you? And do you think you have to make more money, right, to have this dream life? Now, why don't you write down right now what you think you need to do to have more money than you ever have before? I'd write that down right now. What do you think you need to do? Now compare the two and what's in conflict there of your dream life. Because you got to look and see like, hey, I want to make more money. I want to have this dream life. I need to make more money. And why is that not happening? Because if you don't realize that there's this like, discrepancy between the two, like I knew when I didn't have any money that I would journal every day. I want to have, live a certain life. I knew I would first start saying that I wanted to make $30,000 a month, and I would have like Post-it notes everywhere. Like, I'm making $30,000 a month. It'd be everywhere. And then now looking back, like that's so low, right? But at the time that was life-changing for me because of where I was at. And so maybe you're going to be incremental and like, and once you hit 30K, you'll be like, okay, well, what would $100,000 lifestyle a month look like? What would $1 million a month? Because that's what I'm working on, $1 million months. What would that work on right now? Like $1 million months consistently and consecutively come through majority for me would be passive income. How would that look? And so ask yourself these things, right? Okay. Now, so finding your offer, really laying it out, like when you sit down with me, I sit down and I find out what it makes you, you. And so when you sit down with it, like an offer workshop with me, I sit down, I'm like, okay, what you go through the questionnaire, like what makes your offer so amazing that people are like, I need that. Because when you have the offer that stands out, nothing can come in the way of it. You could still be working on it, like, and your offer could change over time, because you could be doing an offer and then realize, like, you know what, I don't want to really do this anymore. I liked it at one point in time in my life, I need to change it. Like when I was one-on-one, after I'd made $301,000, my first official year in business, it was 2020. The world had shut down. June. Well, let me tell you the quick story. I started the year off with this launching of the program that the Hotline to the Universe. And I said, this is the year I'm going to be making the money. I'm all in. I made $4,500 in that month. This was 2020. And then the next month, I decided to do a 90-day program and I signed people up. It was $3,700. Well, it was $3,200 let me rephrase. I think it was $3,000 for the regular. And if you wanted one call a month with me, it was like, I don't know, $3,500 or $3,700. Everybody wanted the one call with me. So everybody upgraded. So I had like 10 people that I was doing one-on-one calls with. And I also signed up some people for my one-on-one. And at the time it was only like, I think it was like $18,000 or $20,000 for 6 months. It was something ridiculous. And so I made money from that. And then what I did, I was listening to like this gal and she was doing a free masterclass. Something in it clicked to me. She said this one thing. She's like, even though people might not be buying from you right now, you need to show up and keep showing up online, because what you're doing is you're like basically planting seeds with people. They might not buy today, but they could buy tomorrow. But if you keep showing up, they could be baby clients that come in later on, even though they don't convert right now. They're people that will convert, but keep doing what you're doing and don't give up. It was just something small that clicked in my head. So that's what I did. I just kept going. And I really liked that she said that to me. So what I did was I went and the money that I made and I reinvested it back into this mentor, and I joined her mastermind. And then I joined her year-long program. Let me tell you, paying $3,000 a month to be with her and coaching with her privately, if one call a month is what it was for 90 minutes, it freaked me out. It was the scariest thing I'd ever done. Paying like, I think it was $10,000 or I don't know, maybe $15,000 to work with her for the year, no problem. Her mastermind, I paid for, it was a 6 or 7 or 8 week mastermind. I paid for that, no problem. But the year commitment, when the world was coming to an end, I thought I was going to lose my house. So many things were happening that time. I didn't know if I could recreate the money. And then I decided, you know what, I'm just going to go all in. I'm just going to invest in this lady. And it scared the crap out of me because I was so worried that what if I make this commitment every month? How am I going to pay it? And let me tell you, that fear is what actually kept me stuck and not progressing. At the moment I paid, it was almost like, it was like when you take a shot and it's not that bad. You're like, what the hell was I afraid of? You know, like that wasn't that bad. It was like, that's it. That's it. That's not bad. After I paid, I was like, what was I afraid of? It was the fear I was sitting in of the investment that kept me stuck, because I was so afraid that the money was going to go away, that I was going to lose it. And this is where really my first rewiring with money came in, where I'm like, this shit ain't going anywhere. There's nothing, I'm not going to lose my house. Nothing's going to happen to me. But the fear kept me stuck in my progression. It kept me stuck from moving forward. It kept me stuck from doing the thing that I wanted to do. I was sitting there going, is this thing going to work for me or not? Anyways, in that mastermind, there was 25 of us. To this day, I'm the only one that's still making the money. All those other people in there, they didn't end up making millions. I did. People were making money right, left, and center that month. And it took me about 6 weeks before I hit and I had made some money, but I was watching what everybody was doing. I was doing my ATQ work, my internal stuff. And I'm the only one from that mastermind to this day that's making millions of dollars. I'll also tell you, that was April. 2 months later, June, I had $301,000 a month. I had signed up, I think it was 6 private clients in that week. I launched ATQ, which is my program that I told you, my emotional mastery program. And sorry about that. I don't know how to turn that off. And I signed up. There was 50 people that bought it at the time for one day, but there's so many that enrolled, but I had a $50,000 a day. Because I sold it at $999 then. Now it's $2,222. But I had a $50,000 a day, and then people were buying it throughout, you know, the month as well. The 1 week that I had my launch, I had a 5-day masterclass that I did. It was $289,000 or something ridiculous. And so my one-on-one people signed up. I believe it was anywhere from $3,500 to $4,000 a month. And that's how I made all my money in that 1 month. And that was like just starting out. So you have the expertise to do the thing. You have to show up. The reason why people came to me is you know, Ashanti, the singer, even joined the masterclass because I stood out so much. I attracted her. I mean, can you believe that? Anybody who was back there in the day, and by the way, she wanted to get back with Nelly and have a baby. She got both of those right now. Not saying anything, but someone posted on my Facebook saying, hey, remember Ashanti was talking about that? And now she has that. Remember she took your class? And so I'm just saying, some things work, do it. I positioned myself as the authority because I was showing up saying things that other people weren't. And the thing of it is that the women that were in that mastermind that didn't get results, a lot of them came and joined me for one-on-one. And so many, like to this day, one wanted to get married. She's married now, she's making money. Like so many of them had massive shifts in their lives because I had something that other people weren't doing. I teach the emotional work. I also teach the mindset work, the emotional work. And I also am so good at business that I can take that and apply it to your business so that you can have results. And this is what people don't understand. They're just trying to do strategy alone, and that's not going to work. So just think about, like, you know, how you're positioning yourself, how you're showing up. And, you know, I learned very quickly as I was going through this process who my ideal clients were. And the more that I elevated my mindset, and we're talking about this more on day 3 around my money mindset, who I wanted to work with, I started deflecting people who were not an ideal client. So I don't want to work with people who I have to convince them that they get to be rich. Like, you should just want to be, you want to have the money. If you, but then you just need help getting there. But if I have to tell you that it's okay to be rich or it's okay to make money, then I'm an uphill battle. Like, I'm literally like, you know, here's your eye and here's all your beliefs. You're just going to keep pushing those beliefs all the time, even though I'm telling you, hey, I can get rid of them. You know, I can get rid of these beliefs for you. But if you keep believing that over and over again, because that's where you were programmed and you're not willing to look at it a different way, nobody's gonna be able to help you, right? And if people come in and tell me that nothing else has ever worked for them, red flag for you too. You never want to work with those people. And people who are like, you know, telling you, I know what my problem is, and this is how I'm going to fix it, red flag. Because if they knew what their problem was, they would have fixed it already, right? The people who come in and then they ask you, tell me about tell me about you. Like, no, you should be doing your research to figure out if I'm a fit for you. I don't need to sell myself. And you don't want to sell yourself to people. You want people to come in going, I love what you said here. I want to work with you. And so that goes back to the positioning, the marketing, the authority, right? But if someone comes in and says, tell me tell me about you. We don't want to work with those people. And I worked with a mentor once, and he was so really crafty about how he basically diverted those types of people. Like he calls them mother effers. You know what I mean? I'm going to call them bad eggs. But when sometimes you get a rotten egg or you get a rotten apple in your group, they can basically cause so much chaos in your group. So you want to make sure that you're really vetting people. This is why I do my own sales calls, because I don't want to have somebody come in just because they want to make money. I want somebody to come in and basically come in to do the work and get the results. So, you know, and a client, what do you guys think is the number one thing for when you're looking for your ideal client? What do you guys think it is? The number one quality in a client? It's like I was talking the whole time. I was. What do you think the number one quality is? Commitment. They're ready to shift. Yeah, that's good. Matching vibes. What else? You're looking for clients. What do you think you're looking for? Well, this is great because I can't see, I don't see the answer. Open to learn and continue improvement. Yeah, what else? Come on, there's like 3 things that you should be looking for. The client, when you're having your ideal client come to you and you're vetting them for your work, what are the things that you're looking for in them? And this is something that you need to be looking for. They have the issues, you can help them. Okay, yes, no, you're not looking in the right way. What do you think yes, Dondra. Okay, what else? Coachable, what else? Must desire to grow. Yes, keep going, Dondra. You're getting better. Keep going. Yep, accountable, willing. Yep, those are good. Keep going. I'm looking for this one. They have started? Yep, they need to have follow the blueprint. Yeah, they're coachable. Barbara, let's follow the blueprint. Yeah, okay. So another one that you guys are missing is patience. Patience. Somebody who's able, like, I always ask, are people readers? Because when I know someone can read a book, I know they have patience. When people can sit on a training like for 3 days, I know you have patience. When people have patience, the most important thing is that they're going to go through your process. They're going to go through they're going to go through, you know, this is the pathway to success, right? They're going to go through the process, and this is the gap that you fill, right? They're going to go through this process so they can get results. The people who say that this never works for me, if you sat there and asked them, did you do everything that you were supposed to do? I guarantee you they would tell you no. Did you follow the process? No. Did you show up to the calls? No. Did you do the work? No. Oh, so how did you get the results? They weren't patient enough. I've had people join some of my programs and they'll be like, where's the money? Where's the money? I go, first of all, having that vibrational frequency, where's the money, already is sending out to the universe, you don't have the money and you're in desperate energy. But when people come in and they do exactly what I say, they get the results because they're patient to trust the process. Listen, when we're starting out from the beginning and we're rewiring this version of you that has all that crap, do you think it's going to be like, it went all the way, like, hey, no, it's going to be reprogramming you so that we can, hey, let's take away this, let's take away this, let's take away this, let's take away this, let's take away this. And so then you can then see your dream life at the end, right? So you can get it, but it's a process and there's got to be patience. And without, it's like somebody who I have a lot of health practitioners that are in my space now. And, you know, people go to, let's say you're going to heal something. You could go to modern medicine and you can go get a drug to fix the problem. But what if you did it the natural way, like an alternative? It's going to take a little bit longer, yeah? And so are people patient? Sometimes people aren't. They want the result right away. But taking a drug that could disrupt your microbiome in your stomach, taking antibiotics, or taking something that can affect you in the long run, is that a safer way? Or is that way, like, are you going to deal with the repercussions of your body later on by taking the quick and fast drug as opposed to doing it the longer way? And listen, like people, anybody who's had a baby knows that, you know, you gain some weight when you have a baby. I mean, some people are just so damn cute when they're pregnant. I was not, I was pregnant in my eyes. And so I had weight everywhere and I looked like I was having triplets, not twins. And so it took 9 months, 10 months for that. It's usually how long you're pregnant for, to gain that weight. If I went and tried to lose it in 9 weeks, that would be ridiculous, right? It'd be ridiculous. So it took your body 9 months to gain the weight. You have to have patience to lose it. But then guess what? It stays off forever. But if you're taking a quick fix drug, and yeah, you do keto and you do all those things, they're going to work. But then the moment you start eating that damn bread again, what's going to happen? And then your system's all a mess because you're not in ketosis anymore, right? And it's going to be like, everything you eat is going to be like, I'm going to stay here forever and ever and ever, amen. So, you know, it's like, that's what happens. And so, you know, I think that people don't understand there's a process. So patience, you want people who are patient for, to really, you know, follow your process, because those are the clients that you want. People who read, they're patient because they're reading a book. You know, I like readers. I like people who are diligent at the gym. I like people who say what they're going to do because I know they're going to keep their word to themselves. They're people who are, they say what they're going to do. Everybody who knows me, one of the number one things they'll tell you about me is when Shamina says she's going to do something, she's going to do it. Number one thing. That's pretty powerful. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. Can you say that about yourself? You want clients that say that too, because if they're going to do that, guess what? There's going to be that ROI. And when there's an ROI, that means your shit works. And you found the right person that connects to that. And guess what? You're going to make a lot of money. So, okay, now, we want to look at this path to success. So it takes a lot of things to basically, get into, alignment. Like when you are working on the path to success, there's going to be, well, first, before I get there, let me see. Checking in, everybody. How are everybody doing? We're going to be wrapping up in a little bit, but I have so much I want to teach you, and then don't worry. How are you guys feeling? Man, this is like amazing, right? You guys want to have a 5-minute break for the bathroom? Is that what you want? Okay, let's go. Sash, can you put a 5-minute timer on there? And everybody come back. Don't go anywhere. 5-minute break for you guys right now. 5-minute timer. Sash, can you throw that up? Okay, we're back. Okie dokie. So, the replay is going to be on for till Saturday or Sunday. I got to look at it. And, all right, let's get started on the next part. So, when you're thinking about, like we talked about magnetic marketing and magnetic power, when you're thinking about attracting people to you, you got to think about who you're being to attract the right person, right? So one of the things that I really started realizing when I was doing my personal brand is that I needed to be the embodiment of what I was teaching. And now, like, listen, if people are teaching about, here's how you have your best relationship, or here's how you find the love of your life, and they don't have the love of their life yet, the chances of us believing that their offer works is probably not as strong as if they said, here, I found the love of my life. This is the process that I used. And here's how all my other clients found the love of their lives too, following my process. And so for me personally, and I don't know if it's the lawyer in me or that I needed that proof in my mind, but when I see people are the embodiment of what they teach, and here's the thing, like if someone's teaching about, if your offer is like, here's how you run systems in your business, and maybe they can't be the embodiment of that, or maybe there's something like, here's how you market or you do something else, maybe they can't do that. But if someone says they can teach you how to do YouTube and they've never grown a channel to over 1 million views, okay, maybe that's excessive, or maybe they don't have more than 20,000 subscribers. Maybe they can help people get to 20,000 subscribers, but that's as far as they can go. They can't say I can blow you up on YouTube if they haven't done it yet. Do you know what I'm saying? There has to be a proven concept. And the greatest thing is when you have a story around the messaging of how you got to where you are, people love that about me. They want me to be on their podcast because they're like, you've got a overcoming story. I was in West Palm Beach and I was on a couple podcasts out there, and the gal goes, I love having people like you on my show because this is the first one that I went to. She's like, she has NFL players and the different types of people on the show. And she said, the thing that I love is that you had a struggle and you had nothing at one point and you overcame that to create. People who don't ever have that down part cannot tell us a story of struggle or overcoming. And I'll tell you, people love that. They want more authentic messaging. They want more authentic personal brands. They want people, because people are smarter now. They just really are. They're not going to get wowed by the Tai Lopez thing where here's my gazillion cars. And, Tai Lopez is what is he teaching you? To have a bunch of chicks hanging around, which is okay if that's what you want, and a bunch of cars. I mean, okay. I personally do not want, that's not part of my marketing. I'm not going to sit there and go, here's how I'm going to do the thing. I want to show you that, okay, I had this spiritual awakening. I used to be a lawyer, and and then I had this mental breakdown on a yoga mat one day in January 9th, 2013, where I realized my whole life was literally, survival mode. I was living in a place where I thought that I had checked off all the things on the checklist of the perfect life. And yet here I was in this yoga mat having this massive breakdown. This is my origin story. And I knew something had to change because I realized that I had been living a life that was not making me happy. And from that moment, everything in my life changed. I couldn't unsee this thing. And everybody has that pivotal moment in their life, why they're going to do the thing they're doing, right? Why do you want to go do this thing? Why do you want to create a business? Everybody has a reason, but if you can really connect to that origin story and you bring that out in all your marketing and your branding, and then you're teaching from that moment, listen, I had this meltdown. I realized that I was in suffering. I realized I was in survival mode. I realized I was the ice queen. I realized I had never felt any emotions before. And finally on that yoga mat, I had this massive breakthrough where I finally cried for the first time in years and realized that my life was shit. And I was unhappy and I was unfulfilled, even though I had all of these material things that they say you're supposed to have to be happy. I had them all, and still I was not feeling what happiness was or purpose. I was sitting there going, who is Shamina on this yoga mat this day in January? After I just finished a bodybuilding competition, I had the perfect body, married to a guy who looked great. I had 2 perfect kids. We had everything, and yet it was missing. When I tell that story to people, it is so relatable. Because everybody's been there. And if you haven't been there, then you're still like stuck in that place of, you know, La La Land. But everybody has had a moment where they're like, wait, we got to change. Like something wakes you up. And that was my wake up moment. And that wake up moment changed my entire life. I had a spiritual awakening. I met this guy on the plane. He's like, we were literally getting off the plane. We sat beside each other for 4 hours. I wanted to do work. It was a great time. I didn't want to talk to anybody because my flight prior to that from Jamaica, I was sitting in first class again. And this German guy literally talked to me for 4.5 hours. And I was like, I'm not doing that again. Do not make contact. You know, he literally wouldn't stop, the German guy. But anyway, so we're getting off the plane. He's like, what do you do? And I told him, I had a spiritual awakening. I used to be a lawyer. And he's like, wow, spiritual awakening, because I was doing my meditation on there. He was an oral surgeon and he wanted to chat with me and get to know me as we're leaving the plane. His name was Tate. And it was like, I knew he was dying to talk to me because he was like, who's this lady that's sitting beside me? Listen, your story is going to empower you to connect to people who are also going through that. One time I was at an event in New York and I was telling people how I was going through this awakening. I was realizing that my marriage was not where I wanted it to be. I was living in survival mode with the marriage and I knew something had to change. And my ex-husband ended up, he's an ex-husband now. He ended up moving out a month later. This woman got up from the table, literally ran away in tears. And I was like, what happened? I was just sharing my story. It hit home so hard for her that she realized that she was doing the same thing. Like, I don't think people realize how powerful your story can be when it's translating to other people because they want to hear it. Now, especially if that story then relates to why you started your business, like, how did you get into this? Oh my gosh, it's even more powerful. It's creating more authority because you are the expert, because you've lived it, breathed it, you are it. And so then people are like, gosh, I can relate to that too, because I'm the same way. And then they're like, well, what happened? Well, 3.5 years, I was in monk mode. I was celibate. I didn't do anything but heal. I went into my healing mode. And then I started out with my business. And then I realized I could apply the stuff that I was doing to money. And then they're like, tell us more. I realized that money was just a consciousness. It's just a tool. Okay, tell us more. And then I just created a multi-million-dollar business with it. Tell us more. You want to become the person that you can back up your credentials because you did the thing. That to me is like the best thing. Like I don't like using this word, but I was broke as a joke. I had $11.11 in my bank account. Sometimes it was zero. Sometimes it was negative. But I was too proud to ask anybody for help. I'd already lived this glamorous life of the rich and famous before that. And then everything was gone, poof, because I decided to choose myself. I took my kids and my house and I just started all over from a clean slate because something was calling to me, because something was telling me I was here for something more. And what I was doing as a lawyer, being married and staying stuck was not my final destination, but I had no idea where I was going next. I just had to trust the process. Do you know how much internal work that took to trust the process? Damn, it was a lot. But everybody can agree with that because they're like, we don't know what's next. Sometimes when you don't know the path, it's actually the best thing, but you just know you got to keep going forward. And this is why I found, like, if you want to climb a mountain, right? You want to climb a mountain, you want to go. And I just was on a woman's podcast recently and she was Mount Everest. Is that where she went up to, Shannon? She went somewhere. She went to Mount Everest. So this is Mount Everest. This is my version of Mount Everest. And to climb up to Mount Everest, you don't just decide one day to go, I'm going to climb up Mount Everest all by myself, right? You find out who's going to help you get there. Somebody who has been up here many times. And you know what they call them? Who do you call those people? Anybody know? Sherpas, exactly, Lynn. And so when you are looking for somebody who has done the thing that you've done, they're Sherpas. So this person down here who wants to successfully make this climb is going to hire a Sherpa. And they're going to tell them, this is what we do at this elevation. This is what we do at this elevation. But then they're going to prepare them beforehand for this climb. They're going to tell them what to do to get into the right state so they can have success. Why anybody wants to climb a mountain? Not a desire of mine, but I did have a desire to do a triathlon. I did have a desire to be a bodybuilder and get on the stage. So I hired my Sherpas. I hired fitness coaches. I hired people to get me there. I did desire to start making $1 million way faster. I hired mentors. Listen, when you are the embodiment of what you teach and what you do, people are going to come to you and be like, I want to hire you. I want you to show me what you did to get that success. Show me how you overcame this. Show me how you got your gut health healthy. Show me how you created this business. Show me how you got this result. Show me how I can get this. They're going to come to you because you are the living, breathing expert. You are the authority because your brand and your expertise are mended together so that you are magnetizing people to you. You then become the person that stands out in a crowd. Like there's all these people here, and then there's going to be you. People can't not see you because they're like, that's the person we need to go to. Because you're going to stand out from a sea of people because you are that Sherpa that they're looking for. You're the person that's going to bring them that result. But until you show up and you act like the Sherpa, and this is where self-sabotage comes in because people feel like I'm not good enough, but you did the damn thing. So why are you good enough? You overcame it. You are the expert. You've gone through these things. Why wouldn't you be the expert? Listen, I can walk in a room with people, and I have. One time, Grant Cardone invited top entrepreneurs to a mastermind. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this. And he had people come in. He did it twice. And once was in Miami and another one was in San Diego. And I was telling Shannon actually this story over the weekend. And I got to get in the room in the one in San Diego. The one in Miami already happened. There was, I think about, I don't know, 15 or 20, no, I'm going to say more than that. Probably like 20 something entrepreneurs were in the room. The net worth of us that were in there was 2.5 billion. Something like that. I have a training on it where I talked about going into this room and what I learned from it because it was fantastic. He was getting people in there because he wanted us to affiliate something that he was selling. He was doing something new, but he got all the top entrepreneurs in there. And dude beside me was making 25 million. Dude beside me was making 50 million. The guy in front of me was making 100 million. I met 5 dudes in that room that had made $100 million. One guy exited his company, so he made 250 million. And they're all like short, to believe it or not. They're like 5 foot something. I don't know. There was something to it. And yeah, anyway, I digress. But they had made 5 people in that room made $100 million. I'm telling you something. This is so important that you hear this, is that those people are experts, right? They were put into a room with other people that have that success, but they were all sitting there being in a room of experts of being the highlighter. I was invited to this room and I sat there and I realized that there's things that other people are expert at, but I'm an expert at. And it is intimidating walking in there and you see people that are making that money. But you know, the thing that really made me feel secure when I walked into a place with confidence is because I worked on the identity of who I was. I lived and breathed my story. There was no part of me that felt like I was, an imposter. There's no part of me that felt like I was pretending to be something I wasn't. I didn't have to worry about, showing up and flexing my muscles and being like, I'm smarter, better than you. I just knew who I was. That's what you want to do with your marketing, with your authority. When you walk into you walk into guest speaking things, wherever you are, you want to feel that embodiment of that power that's inside of you, that it doesn't matter. Listen, from that event, I met Elena Cardone and we became friends and everybody was so worried. Women who had like millions of followers came up to me and goes, how do you know Elena? I go, I just met her now. They're like, can you introduce me? I literally was going around bringing up, because I'm a woman of abundance, introducing my friends, the people that I just met at the event, to her and helping them make networking connections. But because I walked into that room, having that ability to be in my power, I was able to meet people who other people would be intimidated by because of how much money they make or who they are. That's not what we want to do. When you're the embodiment of your story and you are living and breathing what you're teaching, you get to be in that power. It doesn't matter how much money you're making, because when money comes in, we're going to talk about day 3, money doesn't change you. It just amplifies where you are. And I'm going to show you how I went from this mindset of not having money and having money. Now, if we go, does that resonate with anybody, or how that's coming up? Okay. I want to see more people on camera, especially if you're on the Zoom. I'd like to see you. So what do you know what Elena did? She took my phone and she goes, let me put my phone number in there. I said, okay. And she goes, let's stay in contact. We took a picture and she's like, do you think we look cute? Let's take another one. And then we became friends. And do you know that when she asked me to be on her podcast that day, I made probably $500,000. I've never paid to be on her podcast. I've gotten clients from there, the opportunities, everything. And I'm going to show you how that leveraged time with my business and also getting me into other podcasts and how it's helped to be a lead generation because of how I position myself. You know what I mean? Like, how are you connected to people? And how does that make you magnetic? And so I want you to ask yourself this question. Imagine if you were 100 no's away from your first $1 million. How excited would you be for your second no? Like, think about it that way. You would be like, all right, this didn't work, what's next? Or I'm going to keep going till it works. I'm going to keep going till it works. And so you've got to really realize that it's coming, it's happening. You know, I wrote it on all my journals everywhere because I had to believe that it was happening. It was happening. I wrote it everywhere. I had to convince my mind that, you know what, you don't have to sit here and go, well, just because you got that didn't work here doesn't mean something else. Do you know, a lot of the times people try different offers, they try different messaging, they try different marketing, they try different things until that one thing hits. And you know what people do? Once it hits, they go and mess it up and try something else instead of doing the thing that works. If it was working, don't break it. But most people are in their improvement, self-development, that they keep trying to go find something new to scale. And they're not realizing there's certain aspects of your business that are working. The way do you get to scale to make more money is not to change the thing that's working. It's just to do that bigger, better, and to leverage your time. Does that make sense what I'm saying? So one of the things that to get yourself from like, and we're talking about high ticket tomorrow, but to have a premium offer and a basic offer. So you're gonna have high ticket, low ticket, but to have a premium offer, you need to be a specialist. So when someone has a heart issue, do they go to an internist or do they go to a cardiologist? Where do they go? They go to the specialist. So here's how I'm going to help you go through some things. So let's say you're a health specialist and you help people lose weight. So let me rephrase this. You're into health, because health, money, and like relationships, like those are things, those are three parts of the industry that if you have a business that's in like beauty, health, you're going to make money all the time. Making money, always gonna be there. Like workout industry, health industry, all of that is always going to be there with beauty. And then money industry, making people make money all the time. These are industries that will never go away. So when you think about what you're doing, think about where your business fits into that, whatever the main industries. So I help people lose weight. Is this a general statement or a specific statement? It's general. It's general. Because you're not actually telling people how you lose weight. So if you say, I help people lose weight doing the 30-day or 90-day, system where they eat no carbs and blah, 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 this is how they do it. You have to have something to what you're doing to convert to, so people can say, that's the specialist. Here's another one. I help executives lose weight while traveling, even though they don't have a gym, they don't have access to a gym. Specialist. Lynn, who's talking about her tea, she could be, I sell tea. That's a generalist. No, specific. I sell tea. I sell matcha tea that you can travel with, and it's a one-stop shop that you can take anywhere with you and have matcha at the drop of a hat. That's the general, that's a specialist that she's offering. So when you're a specialist, it's a premium offer. So then what happens? You can charge more for it, right? So here's another one. I help individuals with diabetes manage their weight through nutritional plans. General or special? Special. They're telling a specific path. So I help people enhance their overall fitness levels. That's general. I help athletes improve their endurance. General. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I help mothers lose postpartum weight safely and effectively. Special. So you want to look at and help and look through how you are really talking about what you do. And let me tell you, like, you can use ChatGPT to really like when you working out, and I'm going to show you guys how to do this, later on, but when you are working out, like I help people do your elevator pitch, throw that into ChatGPT 4.0, dumb it down so it gets to a place that even like a 5th grader could really understand it. The more simple you are, but the more effective it is that people can understand what you do, you will stand out. But when you have to sit there, and this is where people have the biggest problem, is that they think that what they do is so unique and so special, but they don't even know how to like relay it. I had this problem for the longest time, really, really telling people, I mean, it could be really simple. Like, I help you make more money by, I help you lose more weight by Like, as long as there's a path and it's different and it's unique, you're going to be able to convert people into your space. Now, a lot of people don't make themselves stand out as valuable. They don't own that they're special in what they're doing. If you think about, I was in California this year, this summer, and I went to Charlize Theron's charity event. I got invited to go there. She's beautiful. She's amazing, a nice woman. And I was around tons of stars. And when you got to an event where there's so many stars, everybody's basic at that point. Okay, you were in Yellowstone. I remember going up to this guy and I'm like, what show are you? And he goes, I'm in Yellowstone. And I go, oh, I heard of Yellowstone. I never watched it. I said, well, what actor are you? He goes, I'm the only black cowboy. I was like, oh, obviously. And I guess I go, let's take a picture of that. I had no idea who this guy was, but it was like, I was meeting all these people in a small area. I had no idea what type of actor they were, or who they were, because I don't watch TV. And the cast of Twister was there because they were promoting their movie, and everybody was just regular while we were there, right? Because they were all the same thing. Nobody was technically that special. What I'm getting to at this point is that these people who got into this room, though, they're different than you and I because they're on the screen. They've decided that they were special. They decided that they were uniquely placed, that they were going to be amazing. Let me tell you that those people aren't doing those deep inner work of trying to find out who the hell they are, right? They're just deciding that they're the best. They're going to be known as being famous. They're going to be on the screen. They want to be famous. They want to be known. They want to be actresses and actors that people are adorned. They want to have that fame. They're seeking it. And so they're a vibrational match and frequency to that. So they're showing up that way. But if you're running your business not feeling like you are the star of that business, or you are not the special person, you're going to be in a sea of people that you're just regular with everybody else. So you got to start seeing yourself as that magical person that has that gift. I always say, I've got the honey. So if you want it, you got to come buy it from me. You got to invest in it and come to me. If you don't start seeing yourself as that magical person or the best at what you do and have that conviction, then everything that you do, your social media platform, all the things that you show up as, you're not going to be the authority at, right? And so you've got to be able to build that personal brand through that belief system that you have. And so if you don't value yourself, that's the biggest mistake that I think people make. And when they do that, then, what happens is then other people aren't going to be like, yeah, I'm going to give you my money, no, because they're going to be like, oh, they don't really believe in themselves. How am I going to do it? Like, that's like finding, this is not to say anything against people with weight issues, but when you're looking for a personal trainer and you see somebody who's overweight and you see somebody who's fit, who are you going to hire? Exactly, the fit person, because they live and breathe it. So, it's like somebody who's talking about business all the time. Like, I'm going to help you grow your business. I'm going to teach you about this. 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 Okay, but what you're the expert out there. Everybody's teaching about business. I'm teaching you how to have your highest cash months. I'm going to show you the system, but I'm showing you there's intricate things that go into it, but you're going to have your highest cash months when you start doing this work. But you have to do these things first. But that's what the outcome is. That's what I'm offering you. That's my promise, is to have your highest cash months. So when you think about it, I had my highest cash months. I've had my highest cash days. I went from having no money in my bank account to having like 6-figure days cash. So I can collapse time. I know what to do. And then my clients are doing it too. So it's not just me. It's just like, I know this is a repeatable process that other people, as long as they follow the system, they'll get the results. That's what you want to teach your people. Look here. And that's why it was really strategic when I was asking people, what is the number one thing that you got from me? Yep. And all of them, without me prompting them that way, were like, my highest cash months, the most money I ever made, my highest launch, most of my business. So you know what I'm saying? Like you have to bring that out. So, and most people don't sell the path to success. They don't show you, here's the process, right? They don't show you this. They just talk about, you know, here's the thing I do, what I do. And then they don't talk about results, client results. But this, to me, is so important, because if you can do client results, listen, it speaks for itself. You're showing them, here's the process. And the thing where people will come up with, they're like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. They'll be like, I don't know if this is going to work for me. Listen, don't worry about it, buddy. I'm telling you, you got to do here's step 1, ROI. Step 2, ROI. And here's the plan to get to that result. Lay it out for them. So it's such like a no-brainer. Go to ChatGPT, write in, I help people do X. Make sure you're so specific. Show the path of success so that people won't be like, well, how do I do it? I always tell people, I got the how. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about that. I've got the how. I'm your Sherpa. Come to me. I will show you how to get there. Because if you knew the how, you'd be doing it right now. Right? And that's what you want to tell them. If they knew the how, they wouldn't be hiring you. And so here's another thing too, like credibility and like authority is really important. And I'm not going to get to say that, but having people understand why you do what you do, I think is really, really powerful, because they see your why, and usually your why is aligned with their why too. You know, like I'm a mom of 2 kids. I'm a single mom. I have a lot of people that come to me because they see that I'm living my dream life. My kids are still really highly important to me. Always highly important to me. They're my priority. You'll never see me negotiating time with my children. Or, you know, when I was at the Grant Cardone event, one of the ladies came up to me. She goes, oh, I know you. I see you on my Facebook feed. You're the lady that's always posting about your kids. I'm like, that was the biggest compliment I could ever take, because that's what she knew me as, you know, like the woman who still has her business, but she's still running, you know, she's still celebrating her kids. Because at the end of the day, if my kids are not a part of this process, then what the heck am I doing? Okay. And I don't just help coaches coach, because I'm not that type of person. I help everybody. Anybody who has a business, I'm going to help you. And so it works for anybody. You know, if you help coaches coach, that's up to you, but I usually help people who have a business or a service, and that really helps them. Okay. So you want to show them how to solve their problems, show them the path to achieving their goals, which is here. That's it. That's all you want to do. And here's the thing. You want to show them that your way is easier and faster, and they're going to pay for that. Because people can go off on their own if they never invest and work with me, but it'll take them like 5 years to do it. You heard on one of the gals, it took her 6 months to get where she needs to, as opposed to 6 years. So you can spend years doing what you want, or you come work here faster. It's all laid out. I'll show you what to do. That's what you want to also tell your people. And if you're doing a done with you or done for you program, that's even faster, but you're going to charge more because it's a premium, it's a more higher touch point. They're coming in as a consultant, as opposed to, like, say, you're going as a consultant as opposed to a service provider. Okay. So your message creates the gap. And then your offer basically closes the gap. Got that? Because as you're messaging, you're creating the issue for them, but then you're like, hey, I know you got a problem, but guess what? I can solve it. Okay. So one of the things that let me see what time we have. I want to wrap up soon. Let's see here. So let's say I was in a program once and the gal was teaching us how to leave, like how to get Google reviews from our clients. Because let me tell you, if you don't have social proof for your business, it's really hard for people to be like, I don't know if this works. This is why testimonials were really a big driving thing for me, having reviews, being able to, that's awesome, Lynn. Good. Lynn just put in the chat, she said that she used ChatGPT to streamline the clarity of her message. I'm telling you, it's so easy to do. And we're learning so much stuff with ChatGPT, AI, and Claude. Like you can literally write a whole book, write an outline for your workbook. So many things that we are using internally, that your email sequence, all of these things that are really important. So what was I going to say here? Okay. So let's say, so I was in a program and the gal was teaching you how to do your Google reviews. If you look up Google, you'll see my reviews. I think we're at 18 or 19, but you want, like, say you have a duct cleaning company. You want to be the top 3 when people are Googling duct cleaning company to show up in a review. And so being able to strategically get reviews from your clients are really, really important, especially if you have a brick and mortar business, because that's the first thing people go to. I don't know about you, but when I'm looking up a company, I look straight to the reviews. Constantly. When I look for a book to read, straight to the reviews. A podcast to watch, straight to the reviews. Constantly, that's where my mind goes. That's how we are programmed. So if you're not gathering reviews, and by the way, in our program, we do teach you how to get those Google reviews, and we also teach you how to do all the reviews. But I mean, this is something about the social proof, because you got to create that authority online, because people are looking for the social proof. Does this work? Does this good? Because if you see something, if you see 2 companies up there, one has like 3 reviews, let's say, and then one has 100, you're going to assume the one with 100 has more clients, is more successful, and can provide a better service for you. Yes? 100%. Well, guess what? When I went to, I went to Kentucky. My daughter was going to go check out a university there. And I was looking for an acai place to eat, because I wanted to eat something healthy when I was down there, because everything was fried chicken down in Kentucky. What the heck? Like everything was fried chicken. And so I went and found this place, and I found 2 places, but I only could go to one. And I looked at one, I was like, this one had been in business for 3 years, but they only had 40 something reviews. This other one had only been in business for 6 months, and they had 150 reviews. I was like, are they that good? So part of me, my marketing mind was like, let me find out how they did this. I go, either they were incentivizing people or they were really good at getting reviews. So I go to the new place, which first of all, they had like 100 different options. I was like, this is way too many. I don't even know what to order. I'm like, just give me, this is the things that I want, they're putting there. So first of all, that was way too crazy. But then I went and sat down, and then the guy who owned the place came and sat down with me, because he was like, I don't know why, he just wanted to talk to me. And I told him the things that I thought about the place. And I said, really smart. On the table, they had the QR code for people to leave a review. So while people are eating their yogurt, what are they going to do? They left a review. So even though this business had only been in for 6 months, on Google, it showed that they were more favorable because of how many reviews they had. So guess what? There was a huge line when I went there. They're driving traffic to their place, as opposed to the other place that had been around for 3 years that only had 44 reviews, who probably could have been really great and good, but because of the way the reviews were set up, people are going to go to the place that's more optimal, right? So that's super important. Okay. I want to see how much I can get done here left. I'm going to leave this high ticket stuff for tomorrow, because it's really good. There's a whole thing about high ticket and low ticket, and I'm a master at high ticket. So these are a couple of things that I want to leave you with today. You've got to work on you. You've got to work on your magnetism in your story. You've got to work on your money beliefs. all of these things, and then you've got to work on how you build your business and your brand. Like those are all the things that will set you apart from the rest, where people will just be tossing money at you. Like if you put an offer out there, people are going to be like, I want in right now. There was a time and place where I would, offer, let's say I don't do one-on-one anymore, but if I put an offer out for one-on-one coaching, I'm going to do 10 people at $97 for an hour, let's say, or 30 minutes, $997. Actually, I did this a couple of years ago. They all sold out, all 10 of them, because no one could get access to me at one-on-one anymore because that wasn't there. When you drive demand for your product and your services or people to have access to you by the way that you market yourself and you market your brand, you market your value that you're putting out into the world, that people will want to spend time with you. I don't do VIP days all the time. So my $50,000 VIP, that like when people sign up for something like that, that's a game-changing day for their business. We go in and we remove all their expenses. We work on the business. I mean, one client that went and did a VIP day with me, she's making millions now. She's an interior decorator. But when she came in, she was literally barely surviving because the way she had structured her business, the money was coming in, but it was going right out at the same time because of the expenses that she had, the kind of contracts that she was taking. She wasn't elevating her brand, and she'd been in business for 20 years, and she should have been making way more money than she was making, even down to their office, where she was positioned, how she was driving her car, what place she was living at, what she was thinking, who she was dating. All of these things, we went in there and I'm like, you got to do this. And she went and implemented everything I told her to do, every single thing. And her business literally dramatically turned around. I guess that was a mic drop there, a pen drop. But anyway, she changed things. And so for her, that was like a solid investment to do something like that. Now, when you are building up your authority, and we really want to dig into like the semantics of it tomorrow, or actually, yeah, more tomorrow, because we do high ticket in that. I've told people, everybody who works with me, I'm like, here's how you start a podcast. Here's what you do. Because if you don't have a podcast out there and you want to sell high ticket, you're doing yourself a disservice. I will tell you, my client, my avatar work is so important too. I have a program called Avatar, which teaches you how to do all of these things. But if you are not doing avatar work every day to figure out where your avatar is, what they're doing, how they're listening, how they're consuming things, like how they're operating, if you don't know them in and out, and I know a lot of people don't like to say this avatar thing, but if you don't know where your ideal client is or where they're hanging out, how do you position and market to them? You don't just throw things out there on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or YouTube and be like, hey, you want to go where she or he is listening to, so that they're like, they cannot not miss you too, right? So I realized that when I started my podcast, which it's not that hard to do. I have a system on how to do it. I launched it. I was said by the end of 2022, even though we were launching the beginning of 2023, right? It's been 2 years now. Or maybe it was beginning of 2022. I said, yeah, it was 2022. The end of 2022, it was launched in 2023. I said, I'm making sure this stuff is all ready to roll. I had a whole launch sequence that I did. I had a whole thing about getting reviews, because reviews are really important. And we killed it. And now our podcast has thousands of downloads. But the good thing is that Apple and Spotify are like suggesting me. And so you've got people that I'm in their ear every day. Do you know what that like, trust, and the know, like, and trust factor does when people listen to your podcast? It drives all the way up. And now, because I have a high ranking, my podcast was ranked beside Cody Sanchez and Layla Hermosi. I mean, I was in the top 20 sometimes. It all depends on how many downloads things have, right? But we're always usually in the top 100. Sometimes it drops a little bit, but it's always on there for entrepreneurs. So when people are searching, that's what comes up. And that is also a revenue stream of people coming in, because our description will have an offer for people to take, or they'll listen to the podcast, they'll go grab my book. And when they grab the book, whoops, shoot, almost bit it. When they grab the book, this book is like a lead generation too, and it's also a revenue stream. I didn't create it for that. I created it because I had a story to share, and I also had teachings. And so I created a workbook. So I made the audio of this. So then I have two places of people coming in, another revenue stream. And I know my ideal client is always multitasking. So she's going to want to listen to the audio, but then she's also going to have a toxic trait of getting the book too. And she's going to want to do both, because the book has this, this has both. So you can write in it because it's got the workbook in here. And if you get the book, it changes your life. But That's another revenue stream. So when people are pitching me to go on their podcast, like Danielle White, who's Garrett White's wife, her team messaged my team to have me on her podcast. And so Shannon, she does all my podcasting. Shannon does all my pitching for podcasting. We show our clients, this is how you set a pitch up to get on big podcasts. And so they pitched her, we said yes, we arranged for it, and went on her podcast. But they were finding us because they started doing the research. The gal who, when we were talking to her, she goes, I know more about you than you know about you. The one who like pitched us, that she said, when we went to see them, because the brand was speaking for it. She's like, I looked at your website, I looked at your podcast, I looked at your book, I looked at your social media, I looked at everything, and I saw that you were an ideal guest to be on there. What happens is her people are going to listen to my podcast and come to me. Mari Lewin, I don't know what her last name is, but she created Bloom Greens. Have you guys eaten that? Bloom Greens? I don't know. She's on TikTok, Lewin. I don't have to say her last name, but anyway, young gal, 30 years old, making millions. She has a huge following. Shannon pitched them. She said, come down to Austin, got on her podcast. We had the most amazing conversation. We've become friends now, networking. Let me tell you, you get on those podcasts and the reach that they have are so beyond where you are. I teach you how to do all of that, because that's building authority in all these different areas. When people go to Google, they're like, oh, Shamina's been here, here, and here. What does that do? If someone's thinking about buying my program, they're like, look at her, she's everywhere. I've been on TV. I was on TV once a week for almost 2 years. We know how to pitch the TV stations. I've told everybody to gain authority. You just need a couple news clips to be on there, because when people see that you've been on TV, guess what? They want that. I've been known as a wealth expert. And so then you start creating the brand. It gives you more credibility, but authority. YouTube. Everybody is afraid of YouTube. YouTube is like one of the hardest platforms to grow on. I don't know if you've tried it. Who's tried to grow on YouTube? Okay, and that's just a belief, but we can change that. There are billions and billions of people watching YouTube. It is one of the most underutilized platforms. I'm amazing at video, so why wasn't I on there years ago? Well, I hired people that didn't know what they were doing. And then I decided to do something different. I have a system now. We created a YouTube program that we have all of our clients go through so they can grow their personal brand and their influence, and they can start getting clients. Listen, my in-person event, so many people came from YouTube. People from YouTube, when they watch my videos, guess what they do? Buy my book. Guess what they do? Subscribe to my podcast. Guess what they do? Buy my programs. So, but we learned something about YouTube that was so different about other platforms. And you got to niche down, and you got to be really specific with your keywords, your marketing, your thumbnails. All of these things go into it. And then even when you do all of that, the YouTube gods might still shut you down, like, you know, where you don't get the views. So we grew like almost 15,000 subscribers in 1 year, which would have taken people 4 years to do. We're over 16,000. So we're onto something. So this is a repeatable thing that people can do. Listen, this is a free platform that you can make money on. And so all of these things go into creating this authority and influence on how your brand will stand out. And a lot of the times it comes down to this. You want to know what it is? What do you think it is why people aren't blowing up online? Why do you think people have not blown up and have not shown up, and really people don't know who they are yet? What do you think the thing is? That, and what else? Yeah. You got it, Dondra. That's it. But imagine if you had, I don't know, some kahunas, or you went on there and you were like, I got something to say. Y'all better sit down and listen. People are going to listen to you. But it goes back to the first thing we talked about, which is ATQ, magnetic power, you know, being that person that attracts because you don't have all that resistance from the eye, right? And then going to do the business stuff. Imagine showing up with no limits, with no inhibitions, with no insecurities, with no worries about people think. being in your power and going out there and making the most amount of money that you can make. Wouldn't you do it? You think Russell Brunson got to be Russell Brunson because he just sat there and said, no, I have nothing to say? He's like, I'm Russell Brunson. He's like, I'm the best copywriter in the world. He went and bought Dan Kennedy's company because he believed in copywriting so much. By the way, I bought Dan Kennedy's book too. It was like $2,000 about copywriting. I want to learn as much as I can. I am feverishly learning about money mindset every day, working on my business because I'm amazing. And so I'm not going to let me not knowing how to do something marketing wise or creating an offer or whatever stop me from being a household name and being out in everybody's world, having millions of copies of this book, plus my next book out there being sold. They went for it. They went for it. Dan Kennedy's the GOAT. And if you have not like even allowed yourself to think beyond where you are right now, you're limiting yourself on what you can create. Get a good offer, learn how to position yourself in the market, the offer, high ticket, low ticket, have an ascension system, position yourself in the market, have authority, build your YouTube, build your podcast, get positioned so you can be on guesting on other podcasts. It's free. This is all organic, what I'm telling you. None of this is paid. You get on someone else's podcast. Now, let me just say this. People will pitch you to be paid on their podcast. There was one that Shannon pitched and she's like, it'll be a cool 50,000. I was like, huh? She want 50,000 to be on her podcast? No, I don't know what it was, but Shannon said the point was 50K. I was like, I have not paid to be on any podcast, not one. I have not paid for my followers. I have not paid for anything on YouTube. I have not paid for anything. I did pay to help write my book. That absolutely. Because you need to write a book. It doesn't come out of thin air. You got to invest. It takes money to make money. You know, you've heard that because you can't start from nothing. You got to take the money. Then when I first made that money in my business, I put it right back in my business because I wanted to make more money. So it requires money to build your business. So you can't just do it out of thin air. But the other stuff though, the way you can organically market yourself to get leads, if you learn how to convert those people because you have a clear pathway, you are going to start having your highest cash months. Listen, there's a limit on many of you right now. A lot of this starts, the beginning starts with like the mindset around how much money you think you can make and what you can do with it. You know, making $100,000 a month, where would that money go? What would you do with it? If you don't have a place for the money to go, then you really don't, you're not calling in that amount. If you have an offer, and we're going to talk about this in more detail tomorrow, but let's say you have an offer that's $5,000, right? And you want to make $20,000 or $30,000, $20,000 in a month. And this is like, maybe this is just one group call and they go through a self-study program. You can funnel so many people into this offer, but say you want to make 20, you only have to sell 4. But what if you wanted to scale this, which we're going to talk about on day 3? Scaling is a whole nother thing, but scaling this, all you got to do is find ways for more eyes to see this offer and get them in there. And if you have your back end all set up where you've got your funnel set up, you've got your opt-in, your funnel, and you've got your email sequence, it's a no-brainer. And you don't have to get on a sales call for $5,000 or even $3,000, even $10,000. And I'm not going to get a sales call for anything on this one either. I'm going to show you how I do that. But you can bring people into your offer as long as you've got a solid offer and you've got a way to sell it and market it, and you've got a back end and email sequence to bring people in. It's a no-brainer, right? You just got to put that offer in front of people. So I take when I go onto these events or I go, and people are asking me to speak. So I got asked to speak for State Farm. They had one of the guys that runs State Farm. He asked me to come talk to 400 people. How many people do you think signed up with me? A bunch. I got to speak there. I didn't even sell anything. I just told them what I was doing. They all came to me afterwards. That's attraction marketing. And I was selling a $10,000 offer at that event. They were buying it up like hotcakes. They signed they scanned a QR code and they signed up. And a lot of those people came to my in-person event. you got to just put yourself out there. So, and the guy who I met, Tim, he's a guy, a dude. A lot of men have come to my programs because I usually talk about just, women and the quantum woman, but he sat there and he goes, I need you to be in front of the 3,500 agents that I am mentoring right now, or 8,000, I don't know how much it is, a lot. He goes, I need everybody to buy your program. That is like marketing, showing up in that. He just loved what I said. You know what? Tim texted me this morning. I haven't texted him back and he said, good luck this week. That's connections. That's making, that's amazing. Like it's right here. He said, good luck, kick ass this week. That's making connections with people. You got to do that. And when you are the leader and the standout person, you'll do it. So how many people want to be that leader and standout person and have magnetic marketing? Where it becomes an easy no-brainer. Are you willing to do whatever it takes though? Are you willing to go through the process and do what it takes? Are you willing to bet on yourself? Those are really important things. Oh my gosh, I talked for like 1 million hours today. So I have so much more to say though, like you have no idea. I want to break down high ticket, low ticket with you tomorrow. I want to tell you how the power of YouTube and how I feel like I've cracked that nut. I've really cracked the nut on podcasting. I'm telling you, my business is blown. Last year were people complaining about not making money. I literally was making so much more money than them. And I feel like it was like, the one thing is my mind was right. Cause I'm like, I always believe more is coming because they're printing money all the time. So I never live in the limits. I didn't let any joker tell me that there was a recession going on. I didn't let anybody come to me with that crap saying that there was no money. So I literally did not allow that to happen. And I let myself be open to the more, right? But the thing that I did was I really positioned myself to be someone that you want to have on your platform, you want to work with. And anybody can do that. Anybody could be that brand that pops up. But if you're only selling when you feel like it, if you don't have a proper sales system, if your offer is not getting the results that you want, people aren't buying from you, you're not making the money that you want consistently every month, something has to change. Something's not working for you. You know what I'm saying? Something's got to change for you to, be able to shift into the more. So, I am going to be giving an offer tomorrow, and the VIP will get access to it first. There's only going to be 10 spots for it. I've never done anything like this before. My team was like, this is insane. Literally, I'm going to lay out everything. And then, you're going to have to hold your spot. So be live tomorrow on the VIP. Then I'll be sharing it with the general admission people tomorrow. But I know that this system works. I have spent and invested hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars learning from the best and condensed it into figuring out what works. I've been running master classes, doing challenges, marketing, people who know more than I do. I've had mentors that they've been in the game for a long time. I'm telling you, like my one mentor, he had like nine of the game-changing 8-figure people, 9-figure people that are out there. He's had those people come through like 15 years ago. He mentors, but he's not like, he doesn't do, he helps you think in an expanded way. And I really feel like that's where I learned how to believe that the high ticket was possible. But he didn't teach me money mindset. I had to learn that on my own. Nobody was really teaching me about how to expand into money the way that I've learned it. And that's what I want to really share and teach everybody else. But it goes beyond that. It's how you're running your business. It's how you're doing your offers. It's how you're implementing things. And a lot of the times people are overwhelmed and they don't know what to start with first. Well, I'm going to share how to do the process, because you got to take it step by step. And if you want this year to be the year that you crossed over into the highest year that you've ever made money, this is what's going to work for you, because you're doing things that are probably giving you a result, but you want to do them faster and you want to do them more efficient and you want to make more money, especially passive income. We have ways of doing that. Like even before I had ads, I had different links on different videos and quizzes and things that I did that were bringing in money every day. So it made me feel like I made money every day. Remember, the billionaire is making $2.7 million a day. So you break that down per hour. per second. I think it's $1,900 per second. And think about it. If you make money every hour because you've put out different revenue streams, and you have the book, you know, YouTube pays me, my podcast pays me, you know, I have my programs that are out there, the audiobook pays me. There's so many different things. You're like, oh my gosh, so much to start, Shamina. You do it little by little and you implement. Because when you're creating a personal brand, and I have swag, we have merchandise that I sell as well. We have in-person events. We have different things that we do that you can implement these things. And I want to show you, with the right Sherpa, with the right mentorship, you can get these things done. And it's actually a lot easier than you're making it. Or you did the long, hard way, which is doing it on your own. So tomorrow I'm going to show you, and you know what I love about me is that, like, although I know marketing, I have a personal brand and I'm a me. I have a story that I lived by, the origin story. We're going to show you all of those things and how you can create. I won't tell you that I'm the perfect copywriter in the world. I just speak from my heart and I share. And so I have to learn more about copywriting. I'm always going to be learning about everything, because I'll never feel like I'm like there yet, but I'm the best at when it comes to wealth consciousness. I'm the best at money. I'm the best at having you have your highest cash months if you follow this method. So that's what I claim that I'm the expert at. So I want you to sit down, and for your homework tonight, I want you to do this one thing for me. I want you to make a video, because we're going to get being seen, ready to be seen. Okay. I want you to make a 1 to 2 minute video, and I want you to put it into the Facebook group. And I want you to say what your biggest takeaway is from this event today, from day one. It's just going to help you basically show up on camera, and you're going to get a stand for that camera. Okay. You're going to get a pod. You're going to get, it's called the tripod. I've got like 4 of them. Get a tripod, because you can't take notes when you're holding your camera, but you want to show up as the professional. I want you to take a deep breath and just say, this is what my biggest takeaway is, and share it in the group. Allow yourself to be seen. I'm telling you, the more you do things that are scary, the less scary they become. And if you're worried about what people are going to think about you, guess what? They're worried about that too. So what if you just went and did the damn thing anyways? Because the people that just face the fear and do it anyway, like if something doesn't scare me, then I'm not doing something right. If I feel a level of fear happening, or this feels uncomfortable, I'm in the right room. I'm doing the right thing, because it means it's moving me in the direction of where I need to go. So think about that. And tomorrow, yes, I'm going to be sharing the ultimate offer, and you're going to want to see it. We're going to talk about high ticket, low ticket. Go do the exercises inside of the workbook. Also, if you do the exercises, and we have a feedback page. Go do the feedback page. I want to hear some feedback about yes, no, great. How you guys like this day? I know I over delivered, and like, I can't believe you probably like, I only paid $47 or $97 for this. Because when you come work with me, I'm going to get you results. So you can imagine, this is not just like a here, this is it. I am a lawyer first. And so I want to make sure that you're going to get the results, because I live by them. And if I don't teach a result, if I don't give you a result, I'm not doing my job, and I want to show you the pathway. So I like people to win. So I'm not just going to give you some gobbledygook. I want to give you tangible things you can do. And this is not even, this is just scraping the surface of what I'm going to teach you. So this is like, I want to show you step-by-step process of how to do everything so you can have success, because everybody, just remember, you have the opportunity to win. When you think that not me, it should be somebody else, you're limiting yourself. Listen, you're not that special. You're not that special that this won't work for you. And I want you to remind yourself that you're not that special that you can't be a millionaire. You're not that special that you can't make $1 million. You're not that special that you can't have a business that's paying and taking you all over the world and giving you the money to do all the things that you want. You're not that special. You are special in the fact that you have something to provide to the world, and you better not gatekeep it, because people need your help. And remember, when you're sitting there doing that video and you're worried about people thinking about you, think about it. Let the message lead, and don't let yourself be the one that stops the message from coming out. Wayne Dyer said, don't let the message die in you. And I tell you, I listen to that all the time, and I live with it. And that's really what helped me get through, not gatekeeping what really came through my message, my journey. And I know that because I showed up, I wrote a book, a podcast, the programs, I'm changing people's lives, and I'm coming from service. And when you come from service, that cash is going to come right behind you, because this isn't work. This is doing something you love, you're passionate about. And if you don't feel that way about it, then you've got to really dig inside and ask yourself, what is it that I do feel this way about, and what can I do to change the world? Because when you figure that out, man, it's golden. It's everything. It's everything. All right. I hope you love this, and make sure you tag me on social media. Did we say what the competition was? Oh, well, we're giving away a sweatshirt. It says more is coming. And we're giving a sweatshirt for everybody that tags me on social media and that puts it in the group that they did. We're putting your name in a draw. And if you're showing up live, we're going to give you the sweatshirt. Remember, these trainings come down right away. So we incentivize you to buy the VIP. You have until tomorrow to purchase the VIP. And after that, it's not there, but we want you to purchase this. I'm going to go sell these afterwards too, by the way, because that's what I do, because I repurpose everything. And because I know there's a lot of value in it. So get on the VIP. You can just upgrade. I think it's $50 more to upgrade. You get to be on you get to be on the Zoom. And what else? That's it. And tomorrow, VIP, come with some questions, because I know you're going to be sitting here and rewatch this, even if you're in VIP, rewatch it again. And for those of you that are only in the general admission, not only, but just in the general admission, make sure you watch this before they come down on Saturday or Sunday. Wait, not Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Wait, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, they come in on Sunday. They'll come down Sunday. Okay. All right, everybody. Take care. Bye for now. See you.